Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the Samurai Strategy. The Way of the Modern Warrior. Sound design, a sharp intake of breath followed by the distinct metallic ring of a katana being unsheathed. Feel that? That visceral, sudden tension? That profound stillness preceding explosive action? It's more than a sound. It's a gateway to absolute readiness, a mind honed to a formidable, razor-sharp edge, exquisitely prepared for the intricate dance of conflict, for whatever unpredictable challenge might emerge. It is, unequivocally, the resonant sound of a warrior, poised at the precipice of destiny. Now, I invite you to take a deliberate moment, to let that metallic echo fade, to step back from the clang of steel, and instead, turn your acute awareness inward. Consider, truly consider, the contours of your own modern battlefield. It might not be a mist-shrouded rice paddy at dawn, nor the crumbling walls of a besieged castle. Yet, make no mistake, it is a battlefield nonetheless intricate, unforgiving, and perpetually demanding. Your arena is likely far more subtle, more insidious, but equally, if not more, relentless in its assault on your most vital resources. Do you ever feel, in the deepest marrow of your bones, that you are perpetually under siege by the ceaseless, overwhelming demands and bewildering, omnipresent distractions of modern life? Picture the unfolding tapestry of your typical day. It often begins not with a quiet sunrise, but with an abrupt, digital alarm, instantly plunging you into a symphony of incoming emails demanding answers, insistent pings of countless notifications, an avalanche of urgent requests, endless to-do lists stretching into infinity, and the seductive hum of social media vying for every fragment of your cognitive focus. Each of these stimuli is not merely a task, it is a persistent skirmish, a demand on your finite mental energy, a subtle, yet cumulatively profound, erosion of your capacity for sustained, deep focus. You likely wake with intentions of clarity and purpose, only to find yourself, hours later, adrift in a turbulent sea of fragmented tasks, feeling utterly overwhelmed, profoundly unproductive, and frankly, emotionally and cognitively exhausted. The modern world, with its hyperconnectivity and expertly engineered instant gratification loops, has constructed an intricate, inescapable labyrinth. It is a system designed almost perfectly, it would seem, to scatter our attention and to dilute the very essence of our innate potential. You might frequently feel caught in a perpetual state of reaction, constantly playing catch-up, never truly ahead of the curve, never truly in command of your own days, your own thoughts, your most fundamental choices, or your overarching destiny. This isn't just a fleeting sensation. For an alarmingly vast number of individuals, it has become the undeniable, default state of existence in the frenetic 21st century. We are ceaselessly barraged, incessantly pulled in multiple directions, and the sheer, unmanageable volume of information, coupled with escalating responsibility, can feel crushingly heavy, leaving us scattered, utterly ineffective, and distressingly disconnected from our deepest aspirations. It is a quiet, yet brutal, war being waged on our most vital resource, our attention. And without a robust strategy, without an ancient, yet perpetually relevant, code, we risk being utterly consumed by its relentless onslaught. But what if, against this backdrop of ceaseless chaos, there existed a timeless, profoundly effective way to not only navigate this turbulence but to master it? What if an ancient philosophy, meticulously forged in a crucible of severe challenges, held the undeniable key to mastering your complex, modern existence? I tell you that the ancient code of Bushido, revered as the way of the warrior, is not merely a romanticized relic confined solely to history books or cinematic portrayals of samurai. No, its essence is far more profound, practical, and immediately applicable. Bushido is, in its purest essence, nothing less than the ultimate operating system for modern success, a comprehensive, robust framework, It targets and depletes our most valuable inner resources, our finite attention span, cognitive reserves, and precious inner peace. This isn't a physical battle, but a psychological and energetic one. This insidious siege manifests in myriad ways: digital overload from endless emails, notifications, and social media, the expectation of instant availability, the proliferation of choice leading to decision fatigue, and the pervasive culture of multitasking, falsely promising efficiency but delivering fragmented attention. Our brains, evolved for simpler environments, struggle desperately to cope with this relentless, multi-directional assault. We find ourselves perpetually trapped in partial attention, unable to fully immerse ourselves in any single task or experience. This diminished capacity reduces the quality of our work, strains our relationships, and erodes overall well-being. Constant context switching drains vital energy, reduces our capacity for deep thought, and leaves us feeling perpetually behind and mentally exhausted. It is an environment engineered to exploit our cognitive biases and primal urges for novelty, making it incredibly challenging to maintain a centered, purposeful state. Real-world practical example: let's unpack a typical workday. You settle at your desk, determined to tackle a critical report. Before you've opened the document, your phone vibrates with an email notification. You glance. Then, a Slack message pings from a colleague. You respond. Back to the report, but now your browser shows a breaking news headline. Just a quick check, you rationalize. Suddenly, an hour has inexplicably vanished, and you've made minimal progress. Your mind, now a chaotic jumble, feels scattered, jumping frantically from one fragmented thought to another, unable to gain traction. Later, at home, you attempt quality time with family. But your phone is still within reach. Every vibration pulls you away from the present moment. You are physically present, but mentally, you're still embroiled in the digital skirmishes, unable to fully engage, unable to truly connect. This fragmented existence isn't merely about productivity, its insidious effects bleed into every facet of our lives, from relationships to our ability to find genuine rest. Even attempting to relax, we find ourselves mindlessly scrolling, rather than truly disconnecting and recharging. The siege touches every moment of our waking lives unless we consciously construct formidable defenses. Why it matters. Deep dive. This constant siege matters profoundly because it directly and fundamentally undermines our capacity for deep work, incisive strategic thinking, and holistic emotional well-being. Deep work, defined by Cal Newport as professional activities performed in a state of distraction-free concentration that push your cognitive capabilities to their limit, is increasingly rare yet essential for high-value, impactful results. When perpetually interrupted, our cognitive load remains high, and our ability to enter a flow state, that zone of optimal performance, is severely hampered. This leads to superficial outputs, increased errors, and a debilitating feeling of mediocrity. Beyond productivity, the siege impacts mental health. Chronic partial attention contributes significantly to increased anxiety, pervasive stress, and debilitating burnout. Our brains are not designed to be constantly on or to process such a high volume of disparate information without adequate periods of rest. This sustained cognitive overload progressively erodes decision-making, making us more susceptible to impulse, less capable of critical thinking or creative problem-solving. Personally, it diminishes relationship quality, as true connection demands presence. It prevents us from engaging fully with passions, experiencing true leisure, and ultimately, living a life genuinely aligned with our values. Without addressing this siege, we risk becoming perpetual reactors, slaves to external stimuli, rather than proactive creators of our own experience. It strips us of fundamental. Secondly, it instills courage in the face of uncertainty. Innovation, true leadership, and meaningful change require stepping into the unknown, challenging the status quo, and making difficult decisions. Bushido's emphasis on courage empowers individuals to take calculated risks, speak truth to power, and persevere through adversity, rather than succumbing to fear. Thirdly, it promotes empathetic and respectful leadership. In a diverse, interconnected world, understanding and valuing different perspectives is paramount. Compassion and respect, cornerstones of Bushido, lead to inclusive environments, stronger teams, and effective conflict resolution. This human-centered approach builds loyalty and fosters empowerment. Fourthly, it drives accountability and the pursuit of excellence. The pursuit of honor means striving for the highest standards, not for external accolades, but for intrinsic satisfaction. Loyalty extends to principles and mastery. This intrinsic motivation translates into superior work quality and continuous improvement. Ultimately, Bushido matters profoundly because it offers a holistic approach, addressing not just what we achieve, but how we achieve it, and who we become. It's about building enduring character, not just careers. It's about developing internal fortitude that can withstand any external storm. It empowers us to move beyond reacting to challenges, and instead, proactively shape our experience with dignity, purpose, and profound impact, leaving a legacy far more significant than any fleeting win. Detailed analysis, the unshakable focus of a master swordsman. Conceptual explanation, the unshakable focus of a master swordsman is not casual attention, it's a profound state of mental clarity, heightened present moment awareness, and unwavering commitment to a single, critical objective. Imagine a master swordsman in a duel, every sense heightened, every muscle poised, every thought irrelevant except the immediate threat and precise execution. No room for distraction, no regrets, no anxious anticipation. Only the here and now, the opponent, and the sword. This dynamic, active state is characterized by 1. Elimination of internal noise, silencing incessant chatter, worries, self-doubt, tangential thoughts that derail concentration. 2. Exclusion of external distractions, actively filtering out environmental stimuli, creating a mental bubble of intense concentration. 3. Singularity of purpose, directing all cognitive and emotional energy towards one specific task or goal, without fragmentation. 4. Deep presence, being fully immersed in the moment, engaging all available resources in the current action, without mental wandering. This focus isn't brute force, it's disciplined awareness and mental discipline, allowing one to choose where attention is allocated, ensuring maximum efficacy and minimal wasted energy. It's about achieving flow at will. Real-world practical example, consider a software engineer debugging a complex, obscure bug in a vast code base, a task demanding precise, unwavering focus. Instead of context switching, the engineer adopts a swordsman's focus. 1. Preparation ritual, they clear their workspace, close unnecessary apps, silence their phone, and block an uninterrupted 2-hour slot. They mentally prepare, visualizing success. 2. Deep immersion and intent, they dive into the code, line by line, trace execution, meticulously analyze states. Their full mental faculty is dedicated. No checking social media, no non-critical calls. Each step is deliberate, like a swordsman evaluating an opponent. 3. The problem as opponent, the bug becomes their opponent. They approach it with analytical rigor and intuitive problem solving, anticipating moves. They try hypotheses, test small sections, patiently narrow possibilities. 4. Immediate feedback loop. Each test provides immediate feedback, which they integrate, adjusting strategy on the fly. No emotional attachment to a specific solution, only commitment to the correct one. 5. Achieving flow state. After intense concentration, they enter flow. This detachment can create barriers, making them seem unapproachable or uncaring, eroding team trust. They might intellectualize empathy rather than genuinely expressing it. In personal relationships, this leads to emotional distance. Why it matters: genuine leadership and deep relationships thrive on authenticity and empathy. Suppressing emotions harms well-being and hinders connection, inspiration, or rapport. It creates a facade that is unsustainable. The warrior's strength comes from understanding and integrating their emotional landscape, not denying it. 3. Prioritizing superficial honor over genuine integrity. Conceptual explanation. Honor/glory can be misinterpreted as concern for external appearance or reputation above ethical conduct. Some chase accolades or public approval at the cost of honesty. True Bushido honor is an internal standard, an unwavering commitment to moral principles regardless of external recognition. It's about living up to one's highest ethical code, not merely appearing virtuous. Real-world practical example: a professional might engage in unethical practices, exaggerating figures, misleading clients to hit targets and impress superiors, believing this brings glory. They might avoid admitting mistakes publicly to save face, even if it prevents learning or causes harm. Their concern is perception, not right action. Why it matters: this leads to brittle, unsustainable success built on sand. It erodes trust, damages reputation, and hollows out self-worth. Genuine honor, rooted in integrity, provides a stable foundation for long-term success and peace of mind. Without it, achievements feel hollow, and relationships transactional. 4. Chasing perfection instead of mastery. Conceptual explanation. Pursuit of unshakable focus can morph into an unrealistic demand for flawlessness, leading to paralysis or chronic self-criticism. Mastery is a journey of continuous improvement, learning from mistakes, and incremental progress. Perfection is an elusive, destructive ideal, preventing action and fostering self-doubt. The modern warrior embraces learning, understanding missteps are opportunities for refinement. Real-world practical example: an aspiring writer agonizes over a first paragraph, rewriting endlessly, terrified of publishing anything less than perfect. This fear prevents completing the manuscript or sharing their work. Someone cultivating focus might become overly critical of every wandering thought, losing even more focus in self-admonishment. Why it matters: the quest for perfection is often the enemy of good and completion. It stifles creativity, prevents progress, and breeds dissatisfaction. True mastery involves accepting imperfection, focusing on consistent effort and iteration, rather than a single, flawless outcome. It's about being in the arena, not waiting for impossible flawlessness. 5. Neglecting the hardware of the operating system. Holistic well-being. Conceptual explanation. Just as a computer OS needs stable hardware, the Bushido OS needs a healthy physical and mental foundation. Some focus on intellectual Bushido or focus techniques while neglecting self-care, sleep, diet, exercise, mindful breaks. They treat mind as separate from body, leading to exhaustion and diminished cognitive capacity. Real-world practical example: someone burns the midnight oil on minimal sleep, fueled by caffeine and processed foods, believing this demonstrates warrior discipline. They meditate but neglect physical activity. While intent is strong, their physical state undermines efforts, leading to decreased attention, irritability, poor decision-making, and burnout. Why it matters: mind and body are inextricably linked. A depleted physical state impairs cognitive function, emotional regulation, and resilience. True strength is holistic. Neglecting physical hardware makes it impossible for even sophisticated mental software to run optimally. A tired, poorly nourished warrior is vulnerable. The way of the modern warrior demands commitment to holistic well-being. By becoming aware of entering the dojo. Welcome, fellow traveler on the path of self-mastery. This is the Samurai Strategy, and I am profoundly honored to guide you through its intricate yet profoundly practical principles. Today, we stand at a pivotal juncture, poised to step across the threshold into the sacred, disciplined space of Chapter 1, entering the dojo. This moment represents not just the beginning of an audiobook, but the commencement of a transformative personal journey, a conscious decision to engage with a philosophy designed to sharpen your mind and steel your resolve. Have you ever truly felt it? That relentless, insidious, and often invisible current of modern life, ceaselessly pulling you in 1,000 disparate directions at once. The incessant barrage of notifications, each demanding immediate attention, the looming specter of deadlines, perpetually shifting and multiplying, the overwhelming, unfiltered deluge of information flooding your senses from every conceivable device, leaving you feeling utterly adrift, unmoored in a vast, turbulent sea of demands. I know that feeling intimately, not as an observer, but as someone who lived it, breathed it, and was nearly consumed by it. There was a prolonged, particularly arduous period in my own life, not so very long ago, where I felt utterly, hopelessly engulfed by this relentless tide. My professional endeavors, which once upon a time had been a vibrant source of invigorating challenge and intellectual stimulation, had insidiously morphed into what felt like an insurmountable, perpetually growing mountain of tasks. Each task, regardless of its true importance, seemed to be for immediate, frantic attention, and frustratingly, none of them seemed to yield to my increasingly desperate and disorganized efforts. My personal life, too, began to fray noticeably at the edges, a stark and undeniable testament to the uncomfortable truth that when the mind is constantly, exhaustingly battling external pressures, true internal peace becomes not just difficult, but an utterly elusive myth. I was perpetually exhausted, my energy reserves constantly depleted, perpetually anxious, my nervous system operating on a continuous high alert. I found myself constantly reacting to whatever screamed loudest, rather than consciously, strategically acting. My days blurred into a monotonous, unfulfilling cycle of frantic firefighting, and the clarity, the genuine sense of purpose I so desperately sought, seemed to recede further into the hazy distance with every single sunrise. I vividly recall one particularly draining evening, slumped over my desk, staring blankly at my laptop screen, a half-written, critical report mocking my profound mental fatigue and flagging willpower. In that moment, I felt an acute, piercing sense of being utterly, irredeemably lost, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the demands upon me. It was in that crucible of profound disillusionment, of finally recognizing the utter futility and unsustainability of my current reactive approach, that I quite serendipitously stumbled upon a diverse collection of ancient texts and profound treatises on samurai philosophy. Not the sensationalized, often misunderstood Hollywood version, mind you, with its superficial glorification of violence, but the deep, strategically sophisticated, and profoundly humanistic wisdom meticulously embedded in their rigorous codes of conduct, their insightful approaches to disciplined training, and their unflinching contemplation of life and death itself. Initially, I must confess, I approached these ancient teachings with a considerable degree of skepticism, perhaps even a touch of modern intellectual arrogance. What, I pondered, could the seemingly rigid strategies of ancient warriors, whose lives were quite literally dictated by the clang of steel on steel, the grim reality of the battlefield, and a strict feudal hierarchy, possibly offer to someone navigating the labyrinthine complexities of the 21st century corporate world? What relevance could they hold for the intricate, nuanced dance of modern personal art? But as I delved deeper, patiently peeling back the historical and cultural layers, carefully separating the myth from the practical philosophy, I discovered something utterly astonishing, something that resonated deeply within my own struggles. Beneath the surface of martial prowess, of swordplay, and archery, lay a meticulously crafted and incredibly robust framework. This framework was designed not just for physical combat, but for cultivating an unshakable mental fortitude, for fostering decisive and precise action, for promoting an ethical, principled way of living, and crucially, for achieving profound, unwavering clarity amidst even the most turbulent chaos. It wasn't, I realized, about literally wielding a katana in a physical sense. It was about metaphorically sharpening the mind to an almost surgical precision, steeling the resolve against fear and doubt, and ultimately, mastering the intricate, often unruly, internal landscape of one's own thoughts and emotions. Slowly, deliberately, and with persistent effort, I began the arduous yet rewarding process of integrating these timeless principles into my daily existence. The change, I must emphasize, was neither instantaneous nor a miraculous magic bullet that solved all my problems overnight. But it was, unequivocally, undeniably transformative. The overwhelming, oppressive fog of confusion and anxiety began, slowly but surely, to dissipate, gradually replaced by a profound, strategic calm that permeated my decision-making. I started to discern meaningful patterns where before there had only been disorienting noise, to prioritize tasks and goals with surgical precision where before there had been only reactive, aimless flailing. This intensely personal journey from a state of suffocating overwhelm to a newfound sense of clarity, purpose, and strategic efficacy, profoundly guided by the enduring, timeless wisdom of the samurai, is precisely what ignited the creation of this very audiobook. It is my sincere and heartfelt hope that by sharing these insights, gleaned from both ancient texts and modern application, you too can discover and forge your own unique path to unwavering focus, unparalleled strategic thinking, and a deeply satisfying, purposeful way of living. Now, let's precisely clarify what we mean, in the context of this transformative audiobook, by the samurai strategy. I urge you, at this moment, to consciously cast aside any lingering preconceived notions you might hold of physical combat, of theatrical historical reenactments, or of strictly archaic rituals. While the rich historical and cultural context undeniably provides a fascinating tapestry upon which these principles are woven, our singular, unwavering focus here is unequivocally on the cultivation of the inner warrior. The samurai strategy, as we will explore and embody it throughout these chapters, is fundamentally a sophisticated, adaptable framework for systematically cultivating unshakable mental fortitude, for achieving surgical strategic precision in all your endeavors, and for honing an unwavering, almost elemental resolve in the face of the myriad, often bewildering, challenges of modern life. It transcends the physical battlefield to inhabit the intellectual arena of discipline, the emotional resilience forged through self-awareness, and the relentless, often uncomfortable, pursuit of self-mastery in every aspect of your being. It's about consciously adopting a resilient mindset that perceives obstacles not as impenetrable, despair-inducing barriers designed to halt your progress, but rather as invaluable, albeit often demanding, opportunities for profound growth, innovative problem-solving, and continuous refinement of your character and capabilities. More deeply, it's about recognizing, with absolute clarity, that the true, most significant battleground is often found squarely within ourselves, the silent but fierce struggle against the seductive inertia of procrastination, against the paralyzing grip of indecision, against the corrosive fear of failure, and against the insidi. This embodiment of the beginner's mind is a powerful key. It allows us to remain genuinely receptive to novel ideas, to courageously challenge our own ingrained assumptions and long-held beliefs, and to truly integrate the deeper wisdom that is presented, rather than merely superficially acknowledging it. It serves as a constant, humbling reminder that there always, invariably, more to learn, always a deeper, more refined level of understanding to achieve, regardless of how much intellectual capital we might mistakenly believe we have already accumulated. A highly practical and illustrative example of Shoshin in powerful action could be observed in a seasoned, highly decorated software engineer, renowned throughout their industry for their profound expertise in a particular, established programming language or complex system, attending an intensive workshop specifically focused on a brand new, rapidly emerging technology. An engineer who lacks the grace of Shoshin might, almost reflexively, mentally dismiss new concepts that appear to contradict their established, comfortable methods, or impatiently wait for external validation of what they already confidently know. Their mind might be closed to innovation simply because it doesn't fit their existing mental models. An engineer, however, who consciously and deliberately embraces Shoshin, would engage in an entirely different manner. They would actively listen with genuine curiosity, ask insightful, probing questions designed to elicit deeper understanding, enthusiastically experiment with the new paradigms, and genuinely seek to grasp the underlying philosophy and potential of the unfamiliar technology, even if it initially feels awkward, less efficient, or fundamentally different from their current, preferred tools. They would view this as an invaluable opportunity for intellectual and professional expansion, not as a perceived threat to their existing, hard-won knowledge base. Why, you might then ask, does this profoundly simple yet transformative concept matter so deeply in our accelerating world? Because our pervasive, default human tendency is often to operate from a comfortable, but ultimately limiting, place of accumulated knowledge, ingrained habits, and often unconscious biases. We inevitably filter new, potentially revolutionary information through the narrow, often distorting lens of what we think we already know, frequently missing crucial, game-changing insights that lie just beyond the safe confines of our intellectual comfort zone. Shoshin, when intentionally cultivated, actively breaks down these self-imposed cognitive barriers, clearing the path for genuine, accelerated growth, fostering profound, breakthrough creativity, and facilitating a much richer, vastly more adaptable learning experience that empowers continuous evolution. It is, in essence, the master key to remaining pliable, innovative, and deeply effective in an ever-accelerating, rapidly changing world, enabling us to transcend static expertise and embrace dynamic mastery. Our overarching intention for this entire audiobook journey, therefore, is crystal clear, singularly focused, and deeply aspirational, to precisely transform pervasive chaos into actionable order, and paralyzing hesitation into decisive, impactful action. Through the powerful, illuminating lens of the samurai strategy, we will meticulously equip you with the essential mental tools, strategic frameworks, and practical techniques necessary to navigate the intricate complexities of your personal and professional life with unparalleled clarity, unwavering purpose, and unshakable resolve. Our aim is ambitious yet entirely achievable, to consciously move you from a state of reactive floundering, where you are merely buffeted by external forces, to one of proactive, intentional leadership, where you steer your own course. We seek to guide you from uncertainty, fear, and indecision to confident, precise execution and profound self-possession. This entire process is fundamentally about cultivating an internal landscape where CL. It is undeniably easy to read and nod in agreement about the concept of mental fortitude. It is, however, an entirely different and far more challenging endeavor to actively practice that very mental fortitude when your most crucial deadline is ominously looming, your inbox is relentlessly overflowing with urgent demands, and your personal life presents unexpected, emotionally taxing complications. The historical samurai did not just read about strategy in dusty scrolls, they profoundly lived it on the training ground and in the crucible of battle. Their philosophy was not merely recited or debated, it was embodied, expressed through every deliberate action and every moment of disciplined self-control. Failing to consciously bridge this critical gap between theoretical understanding and rigorous practical application will render even the most profound, life-altering insights inert, powerless to effect real change. Finally, a pervasive and often unacknowledged error is the unconscious tendency to perpetually seek purely external solutions for what are, at their very core, profoundly internal problems. While external tools, methodologies, and strategic frameworks are undeniably valuable and have their place, the samurai strategy unequivocally emphasizes internal mastery, clarity, and resilience first. Blaming external circumstances for personal setbacks, perpetually waiting for the perfect external opportunity to materialize, or hoping for a magical external fix, without first diligently cultivating internal resilience, unwavering clarity, and decisive self-leadership, is a perilous trap that actively hinders genuine, sustainable progress and perpetuates a cycle of victimhood rather than empowerment. To diligently counteract these common pitfalls and to profoundly deepen your engagement with, and practical application of, the samurai strategy, I earnestly propose a few powerful mental exercises for you to begin implementing immediately, consistently, and with great intention. These are not merely passive suggestions to be casually considered, they are explicit invitations to actively and wholeheartedly participate in your own extraordinary transformation. Mental Exercise 1, the Daily Dojo Reflection. At the conclusion of each day, diligently set aside a quiet, sacred, and entirely uninterrupted 15 minutes. This consecrated time is to be exclusively designated as your personal mental dojo. During this precious 15-minute period, consciously reflect upon one specific challenge, dilemma, or significant decision you encountered or were forced to make during the course of that day. Ask yourself, with genuine curiosity and honest introspection, the following probing questions. 1. How did I authentically react to this particular challenge? Was my immediate response impulsive, purely reactive, driven by emotion, or was it a more measured, considered, and strategically informed decision? Be honest with yourself, without judgment. To what specific aspect or principle of the samurai strategy, even if we've only just begun to define its contours in this initial chapter, could have offered me a distinctly different perspective, or potentially a far more effective, elegant, or composed approach to that situation. Think broadly and expansively here. Perhaps mental fortitude, strategic precision, unwavering clarity of purpose, or decisive, unhesitating action. 3. What is one small, incredibly tangible, and immediately actionable step or adjustment I can consciously commit to taking tomorrow to deliberately apply a specific samurai principle to a similar type of situation or challenge? It is crucially important that you meticulously write down your reflections in a dedicated journal. The very act of physically, or digitally, journaling your thoughts and insights not only solidifies your understanding but also profoundly reinforces your commitment to conscious self-improvement. This consistent, deliberate process of structured reflection cultivates a heightened sense of self-awareness, which is, without question, the foundation. It meticulously aligns your internal state of mind, your emotions, and your willpower with your desired external outcome, thereby transforming a mere intention into a potent, guiding force for deliberate, impactful action. These 3 mental exercises are not simply abstract ideas, they are your very first, tangible steps into the dojo. They may not appear overtly elaborate or complex on the surface, but their consistent, dedicated practice will, over time, begin to subtly but profoundly rewire your mental landscape, preparing you meticulously for the deeper, more advanced dives we will undertake in the subsequent, equally transformative chapters of the samurai strategy. Remember this profound truth, etched into countless philosophical traditions: the journey of 1,000 miles undeniably begins with a single, deliberate step. Today, by listening to these words with an open mind and a receptive heart, you have not merely taken that step, you have crossed a significant threshold. You have, metaphorically and intentionally, entered the dojo. Be present in this moment, be radically open to new possibilities, and be fundamentally ready to embrace profound personal transformation. The timeless, empowering wisdom of the samurai strategy eagerly awaits your dedicated embrace. Let us continue, with purpose and precision. Chapter 1, GI, the Integrity Decision. Intro music fades in, then under welcome, thoughtful listener, to the samurai strategy. I'm your guide, and in this journey, we'll explore ancient wisdom, not just as historical artifacts, but as living, breathing principles that can forge strength, clarity, and unwavering purpose in our modern lives. This isn't about swords and battles, it's about the battles within, the decisions we face daily, and how a warrior's mindset can empower us. Today, we embark on Chapter 1, GI, the Integrity Decision. Imagine a world where your word is your bond, where your actions are a mirror of your truest self, and every choice you make is guided by an unshakable inner compass. This is the essence of GI, the first and arguably most foundational virtue of the samurai code, Bushido. It's the radical honesty, the profound decision-making that cuts through complexity and anchors you to your core values. Consider a moment from your own life, perhaps a small, seemingly insignificant decision. Did you tell a white lie to avoid an awkward conversation? Did you choose the path of least resistance, even when you knew a more challenging, albeit righteous, one existed? Or perhaps you've been paralyzed by indecision, caught in a mental fog, unable to move forward. These are precisely the moments where the spirit of GI offers its profound guidance. It calls us to confront these choices with clarity, conviction, and, above all, integrity. It's not just about doing the right thing, but knowing what the right thing is, and then acting upon it without hesitation, even when it's difficult. Pause. Let's delve deeper into what GI truly means. Transition sound effect at its heart, GI translates to rectitude or justice. But it's far more nuanced than a simple dictionary definition. It embodies the absolute moral imperative to do what is right, without wavering, without seeking external validation, and without succumbing to expediency. For the samurai, GI was the unwritten law of the universe, a universal truth they were bound to uphold. It wasn't about following rules, it was about embodying the spirit of fairness, honesty, and moral courage. If a decision was truly just, a samurai acted upon it instantly, even if it meant personal sacrifice, because to delay or deviate was to betray their very essence. Think of it this way: GI is your internal compass, always pointing true north. It's the unwavering conviction that allows you to stand firm in your beliefs, even when the winds of popular opinion or personal gain threaten to sway you. It's the quiet strength that says, "This is right, and therefore, I must do it." It demands an alignment between your thoughts, your words, and your actions. There's no room for hypocrisy or hidden agendas when GI is your guide. Now, for a real-world example, let's look outside the battlefield and into the boardroom. Imagine a business leader, Sarah, who discovers a significant flaw in her company's flagship product, a flaw that could potentially harm customers but would be extremely costly and damaging to the company's reputation to admit publicly. The easy wrong would be to conceal the flaw, hoping it wouldn't be discovered, prioritizing short-term profit and stock performance. The hard right, guided by GI, would be to immediately recall the product, issue a public apology, and transparently outline the steps being taken to rectify the issue. This choice would undoubtedly incur financial losses and temporary public criticism. Why does this matter? For Sarah, upholding GI meant maintaining her personal integrity and, more importantly, the long-term trust of her customers. While the immediate consequences might be painful, the sustained trust and reputation built on honesty far outweigh any fleeting financial gain from deception. In the long run, companies guided by GI build loyal customer bases, attract ethical talent, and create sustainable value. It matters because it builds credibility, and credibility, in any walk of life, is currency. It matters because it allows us to sleep at night, knowing we have acted in accordance. Transition sound effect. With a historical feel. In the annals of feudal Japan, during a period of intense clan rivalry, there lived a samurai named Ishikawa. He served a minor lord, Lord Tanaka, who, though honorable, was strategically vulnerable. A powerful neighboring daimyo, Lord Sato, sought to absorb Tanaka's territory. Sato, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, offered Ishikawa a tempting proposition: betray Lord Tanaka, provide key intelligence, and in return, Ishikawa would be granted a vast estate and a position of high authority in Sato's domain. Ishikawa was a warrior of modest means, his family's lands were small, and his future under Lord Tanaka seemed limited. This offer was a pathway to immense wealth, power, and security for his family for generations. The temptation was immense, a siren song whispering of an easy, prosperous future. He wrestled with the offer for days, the allure of the easy wrong pressing heavily on him. His family urged him to consider it, to prioritize their future. But Ishikawa had been trained in Bushido from childhood, and the virtue of Gi resonated deep within him. Rectitude, loyalty, justice. To betray his lord, even a vulnerable one, for personal gain, would be a profound violation of his honor, a betrayal of his very soul. It was not just about breaking an oath, it was about breaking himself. He knew, with absolute clarity, what the right thing was, no matter the cost. Ishikawa politely, but firmly, declined Lord Sato's offer. He stated that his loyalty lay with Lord Tanaka, and his honor would not permit such a treacherous act. Furious at being refused, Lord Sato launched a full-scale assault on Lord Tanaka's smaller forces. Ishikawa, true to his word, fought with extraordinary valor, defending his lord to the last. Though Lord Tanaka's castle eventually fell, and Ishikawa himself perished in the defense, his actions became a legend. Why does this matter? Ishikawa's choice was the hard right, unequivocally. He chose honor, integrity, and loyalty over personal gain, even unto death. His story became a powerful testament to the essence of Gi, inspiring countless samurai in generations that followed. It showed that true wealth wasn't in lands or titles, but in the steadfastness of one's character. His decision, while leading to his physical demise, cemented his spiritual immortality. In a modern context, while our lives rarely demand such ultimate sacrifices, the principle remains potent. What is your Lord Tanaka? It could be your company, your team, your family, or your personal values. What Lord Sato offers a tempting, easy wrong. It might be compromising your ethics for a promotion, taking credit for someone else's work, or prioritizing short-term gains over long-term sustainability. Ishikawa's tale reminds us that true integrity is forged in the fire of difficult choices, and that choosing the hard right, even when it's painful, is the foundation of genuine respect, both from others and, crucially, from yourself. Pause. So, how do we apply this ancient wisdom in our contemporary world? Transition sound effect. Applying GI to modern life, particularly in business practices and personal boundary setting, offers a powerful framework for ethical living and robust decision-making. Let's first consider ethical business practices. In the cutthroat world of commerce, the pressure to cut corners, misrepresent facts, or exploit loopholes can be immense. An executive guided by GI would always prioritize transparency, fairness, and a genuine commitment to their customers, employees, and stakeholders. For example, imagine a tech startup founder, Maria, whose team has been pushing relentlessly to launch a new product. Just days before the release, a critical security vulnerability is discovered. It's a complex fix that would delay the launch by weeks, costing the company significant revenue and potentially losing out to competitors. The easy wrong would be to launch anyway, hoping the vulnerability isn't exploited, or to silently patch it later. But Maria, understanding GI, knows. Chapter 2, REI, The Art of Respect. Chapter 2, REI, The Art of Respect. REI is about showing respect to others through various forms, acknowledging their inherent worth. It's an essential principle because it forms the bedrock of productive relationships and a harmonious society, acting as the invisible glue that holds communities and collaborations together. When you extend REI, you are not merely performing a courtesy, you are actively acknowledging the person's humanity, their dedicated effort, their unique perspective, and their intrinsic value as an individual, irrespective of their social standing, their current circumstances, or even their past actions. It's a foundational element of true strength, rooted not in dominance or coercion but in the profound ability to create mutual benefit, foster deep understanding, and build enduring connections. Think of it this way: a powerful river can carve vast, intricate canyons not through violent, explosive force but through its consistent, unwavering flow. Its strength lies in its inherent nature, its relentless persistence, and its incredible ability to adapt, to find the path of least resistance, and to eventually shape the landscape. Similarly, true strength in human interaction doesn't always roar with aggression or assertiveness. Often, it whispers through quiet, profound acts of respect. This approach isn't about appearing weak, being easily swayed, or adopting a subservient posture. Quite the opposite. It's about demonstrating the immense confidence and deep inner calm required to treat every individual with genuine dignity, understanding profoundly that every single interaction, no matter how fleeting or seemingly insignificant, presents an opportunity to either build something meaningful or to inadvertently destroy it. Aggression, while frequently perceived as a display of immediate strength or a means to control, is more often a telltale sign of insecurity, a desperate need to exert control over external situations precisely because internal control and emotional regulation are lacking. It creates deep rifts, fosters animosity, and inevitably alienates people, rarely leading to sustainable, positive outcomes that benefit all parties. Politeness, conversely, is a powerful disarming agent. It doesn't just prevent conflict, it creates an open, inviting space. It extends an invitation for cooperation, for mutual engagement. It's the strategic choice of the truly powerful, those astute individuals who grasp that influencing others through understanding and respect is exponentially more effective and durable than attempting to force their will upon them. This subtle yet profound distinction is where the art of REI truly shines. Consider a high-stakes corporate negotiation where two competing companies are fiercely vying for a particularly lucrative, long-term contract. One CEO, let's call him Mr. Thorne, strides into the room with an overtly aggressive stance. He immediately begins questioning the other party's integrity and motives, subtly demeaning their past market performance, and demanding a series of one-sided concessions with a condescending tone. His body language is visibly closed off, arms often crossed, his gaze sharp and unwavering, and his words are chosen for maximum combative impact, not for fostering an environment of collaboration. The other CEO, however, Ms. Evans, adopts a vastly different approach. She begins the meeting by acknowledging the long and often challenging history between the two companies, commendably referencing her counterpart's recent successes in other ventures, and expressing genuine, verifiable enthusiasm for the potential partnership, focusing on shared future benefits. She listens intently when Mr. Thorne speaks, maintaining respectful eye contact, nodding thoughtfully, and diligently taking notes, resisting the urge to interrupt. When inevitable differences in opinion or strategy arise, she skillfully frames them as shared opportunities for mutual problem-solving and innovation rather than intractable points of contention that could derail the entire process. Why it matters, in this illuminating scenario, the aggressive Mr. Thorne might, through sheer intimidation, secure a short-term, albeit fragile, win. But at what significant, long-term cost? Future collaborations, if they even occur, will undoubtedly be fraught with deep tension and distrust, and the foundation of any working relationship will be irrevocably damaged. His company's reputation as a difficult, uncompromising partner will quickly spread throughout the industry, potentially costing them countless future deals and valuable talent. Conversely, the respectful Ms. Evans, by embodying REI, builds not just a temporary bridge for this specific deal, but lays robust groundwork for many successful future ventures. Even if this particular negotiation, for unforeseen reasons, doesn't ultimately materialize, the fertile ground for a positive, respectful relationship has been conscientiously laid. People inherently remember how you make them feel. Respectful behavior fosters a critical sense of psychological safety, actively encourages open, honest communication, and paves an accessible pathway for creative, mutually beneficial solutions. It expertly transforms a potentially adversarial competitive landscape into a collaborative, thriving ecosystem, ultimately leading to more robust, innovative, and sustainable success for all. Moreover, it significantly reduces the mental and emotional stress for all parties involved, including yourself, thereby allowing for clearer, more objective thinking and superior decision-making, which is invaluable in complex business environments. This nuanced approach isn't merely about being nice, it's an incredibly astute, sophisticated, and powerful strategic choice. It's about leveraging the innate drivers of human psychology to achieve your core objectives without needlessly burning vital bridges, demonstrating a far-reaching foresight that extends well beyond the immediate transaction and into the enduring future. Now, let's analyze a particular ritual that profoundly embodies REI and consider its modern applications, the bow. In traditional Japanese culture, the bow is far more than a simple physical gesture. Its depth, its duration, and its precise angle are all carefully nuanced to communicate an exact, specific level of respect, apology, or profound gratitude. It is a language unto itself. In modern networking, professional interactions, and even casual social engagements, while we might not perform a deep physical bow in the same traditional manner, the fundamental essence of the bow remains incredibly potent and relevant. It fundamentally signifies a moment of deference, a clear acknowledgement of the other person's significant presence and their inherent status, and a genuine willingness to engage with humility and an open mind. It's about conscience. It's a profound act of self-control, a silent yet powerful declaration that you are consciously choosing thoughtfulness, wisdom, and strategic intent over the impulse of immediate reactivity, and respect for the gravity of the situation and the inherent dignity of the other person over the fleeting, often destructive, gratification of an emotional outburst. Conceptually, the pause of respect is deeply rooted in the ancient wisdom that true mastery over any domain, particularly human interaction, emanates from controlling one's own internal state and emotional landscape. The samurai, throughout their rigorous training and their demanding lives, understood implicitly that a rash, unconsidered decision made in the heat of battle or during delicate diplomatic negotiations could, and often would, have catastrophic and irreversible consequences. The pause, therefore, serves a vital function. It allows you to momentarily disengage from the immediate emotional trigger, providing your logical, rational mind a crucial opportunity to catch up and process the situation. It's about observing your own surging feelings, be they anger, frustration, or defensiveness, without being completely consumed or dictated by them. It enables you to process the entirety of the information received, separating objective facts from subjective emotional delivery, and then, and only then, strategically formulate a response that is meticulously aligned with your long-term objectives and core values, rather than simply reacting blindly to provocation. This deliberate pause communicates a profound and multi-layered level of respect for yourself, by refusing to allow fleeting emotions to capriciously dictate your actions, and equally profound respect for the other party, by not diminishing them or the interaction with an unconsidered, potentially inflammatory, and ultimately counterproductive retort. It implicitly conveys that their words, even if they are difficult to hear or accept, are worthy of a moment of your considered attention and thoughtful engagement before you choose your path forward. Consider an intensely challenging scenario unfolding in a crucial team meeting. A colleague, perhaps experiencing undue stress, personal insecurity, or simply a bad day, unexpectedly delivers a scathing, public critique of your recent project or a piece of your work in front of all your peers and superiors. Your immediate, almost primal instinct, fueled by surprise and ego, might be to defend yourself vehemently, to counterattack their criticisms, or to subtly or overtly highlight their own perceived flaws. However, instead of immediately jumping into the fray, you consciously choose to implement the pause of respect. You take a visible, slow, and deliberate breath, allowing the air to fill your lungs and your mind to settle. You maintain unwavering, respectful eye contact with your colleague, perhaps even offering a slight, neutral nod to subtly acknowledge that you've heard and registered their input, without necessarily agreeing with it. You allow a few, measured seconds to pass, seconds that, in the heightened tension of the moment, might feel like an eternity, but are, in reality, invaluable for regaining composure. In that crucial pause, you internally acknowledge your rising frustration or indignation, you consciously label it, and then you deliberately choose to set it aside for later reflection. You meticulously process their words for their factual content, discerning what, if anything, holds objective truth, and carefully separating it from the emotional tone or personal attack. Only then, after this deliberate and mindful pause, do you calmly, thoughtfully, and strategically respond. You might choose to say something akin to, "Thank you for candidly sharing your concerns, colleague's name. I understand the perspective you're coming from regarding the project's direction. Could you perhaps elaborate on specific areas where you feel we could collectively improve the approach, or perhaps suggest alternative solutions?" Why it matters, the cascading. Conversely, when an opponent, even in the throes of defeat or amidst profound disagreement, is consistently treated with dignity and genuine respect, their core sense of self-worth and integrity is preserved. This act of grace can profoundly disarm their ingrained hostility, not through physical force, but through a powerful psychological shift. It allows for the crucial separation of the fundamental disagreement or conflict from deeply personal enmity. By respecting their position, by acknowledging their perspective even if you fundamentally disagree with its premise or conclusions, you are, in essence, affirming their humanity and their inherent right to hold their viewpoint. This critical act creates an invaluable opening, however small or initially imperceptible, for future dialogue, for potential compromise, or even for an eventual, strategic reconciliation. It's a sophisticated and highly advanced maneuver, requiring immense self-control, an unwavering commitment to higher principles over petty grievances, and a deep understanding of long-term human dynamics. It masterfully leverages the universal human need for recognition, affirmation, and respect to subtly yet powerfully influence and shape future interactions in a direction beneficial to you. Consider a highly competitive scenario from the cutthroat world of business. A major rival company has just lost a critical, high-profile bid to your firm. While you have successfully secured the coveted contract, the competition leading up to it was exceptionally fierce, protracted, and undeniably raised emotions on both sides. A common, albeit profoundly short-sighted, corporate response might be to publicly gloat about your victory, to subtly or perhaps not so subtly disparage their efforts to your own team, or to dismiss their capabilities to the wider industry. However, a leader who is deeply committed to practicing REI would consciously and strategically choose a vastly different, more enlightened path. Immediately following the significant win, this leader might compose and dispatch a concise, professional, and respectful message to the CEO of the losing company. This message would be meticulously crafted not to rub salt in the wound, but to convey a message along these lines: we acknowledge the significant and commendable effort your dedicated team invested in this complex bid, and we understand that it was an exceptionally tough and closely fought competition. We harbor great respect for your company's innovative work and long-standing contributions within this challenging market space, and we sincerely hope to find other opportunities to collaborate or compete respectfully with you in the future. Furthermore, in a private, one-on-one conversation, the leader might even offer a brief, genuine insight into a small, specific area where the rival's proposal demonstrated particular strength or ingenuity, acknowledging their capabilities without, of course, revealing any proprietary competitive secrets. Why it matters: the long-term implications and cascading benefits of such a respectful approach are truly vast and far-reaching. By consistently treating a defeated rival with dignity, even in the moment of your triumph, you effectively prevent the needless escalation of animosity and the deepening of personal vendettas. You actively avoid creating a bitter, vengeful enemy who will, out of spite and resentment, go to extreme and potentially destructive lengths to undermine your success at every future turn. Instead, you consciously cultivate a professional adversary who, while still competitively driven, might nonetheless view your company with a significant measure of respect and even a nascent understanding. This judicious approach can, surprisingly, lead to a plethora of unexpected benefits further down the line, perhaps a future joint venture on a different, mutually beneficial project, or the establishment of a more civil and predictable competitive landscape where both parties can successfully coexist and even thrive without constantly resorting to corrosive This superficiality can, paradoxically, be far worse and more damaging than offering no respect at all, as it can be easily perceived as deeply insincere, subtly manipulative, or even overtly condescending, eroding trust at its very foundation. For a poignant example, consider a manager who consistently utters "thank you" after delegating tasks but then habitually undermines their team members' efforts, ignores their valuable input, or fails to provide the necessary support. Such a manager is emphatically not practicing REI. Their superficial words are in direct, glaring contradiction to their actions, actively eroding team trust, fostering deep cynicism, and ultimately creating a toxic work environment. True REI demands an unwavering, authentic alignment between your outward, observable behavior and your deeply held inner disposition, your core values. It's about consciously cultivating a deeply empathetic mindset of genuinely valuing others, which then, as a natural and effortless consequence, manifests itself authentically and consistently in all your interactions. A third, equally significant mistake is the regrettable failure to apply the principles of respect universally, consistently, and without prejudice. Some individuals regrettably reserve their respectful demeanor, their polite language, and their attentive listening only for those they consciously perceive as superiors in rank, those who hold significant power over them, or those who they believe can directly benefit their own personal or professional advancement. They might be exceedingly polite and deferential to a high-ranking CEO or an influential client, but then become inexplicably dismissive, curt, or even openly rude to a junior colleague, a service worker, or an administrative assistant. This selective application of respect starkly reveals a purely transactional and utilitarian understanding of human interaction, rather than a principled, deeply ethical, and holistic one. The fundamental samurai philosophy of REI emphatically emphasizes that genuine respect should be extended to every single person you encounter, without exception, regardless of their social station, their economic wealth, their perceived power, their background, or their current circumstances. Every individual, without exception, holds intrinsic and inalienable value, and consistently treating them with dignity and kindness, irrespective of their role or position, profoundly reflects on your own character, enhances your reputation for consistent integrity, and builds a powerful foundation of trust. A leader, for instance, who treats every single person in an organization, from the dedicated janitorial staff and the frontline service team to the executive board members, with consistent, genuine, and authentic respect, cultivates a far more positive, harmonious, and immensely productive organizational environment than one who selectively bestows deference only upon those positioned above them in the hierarchy. This universal and unconditional application of REI demonstrates a profound, almost spiritual, understanding of shared human worth and actively fosters a thriving culture of genuine inclusivity, profound empathy, and mutual high regard that benefits everyone. Finally, a particularly significant and widespread error, especially pronounced in today's relentlessly fast-paced, digitally driven world, is the deeply ingrained habit of reacting instinctively, impulsively, and without conscious thought, rather than deliberately and strategically implementing the pause of respect. Modern life, with its constant barrage of notifications, instant communication platforms, and the expectation of immediate availability, often conditions us for rapid-fire responses. Think texting back immediately, replying to emails within mere minutes, or abruptly jumping into conversations without any prior reflection or consideration. While efficiency and responsiveness are undeniably valued and often necessary attributes in our contemporary society, this default, almost automatic, embrace of immediacy It allows you to undertake several vital internal processes, authentically acknowledge your current emotional state, internally label it "I feel a surge of annoyance/frustration/defensiveness right now." This recognition is the first step to managing it. B. Clearly consider your ultimate objective. Ask yourself, what is my primary goal in this specific interaction? Is it merely to win the argument, or is it to deeply understand, to creatively resolve, or to strategically build a bridge? C. Meticulously choose your words deliberately. Reflect, what is the most respectful, most effective, and most constructive way to articulate my thoughts and achieve my objective, without causing unnecessary harm or escalation? Initially, implementing this practice might feel somewhat awkward, unnatural, or even forced, requiring conscious effort. However, with consistent and dedicated practice, the 3-second pause will gradually and gracefully become a natural, almost second nature, component of your overall communication style. This will significantly enhance your remarkable ability to respond to complex situations with unparalleled grace, profound wisdom, and strategic effectiveness, rather than merely reacting with unthinking impulse and potential regret. Mental exercise 3, the perspective shift meditation for empathy. Dedicate a consistent few minutes each day, ideally in a quiet and undisturbed setting, to engage in this powerful meditative exercise. Consciously choose someone with whom you currently have a strained or difficult relationship, or even just an individual you find mildly irritating or challenging to deal with. Close your eyes, take a few deep, grounding breaths, and then intentionally and empathetically try to vividly see the world, the situation, and yourself from their unique perspective. Ask yourself profound questions. What specific circumstances, pressures, or underlying motivations might be genuinely driving their particular behavior? What unarticulated challenges, personal struggles, or silent battles might they currently be facing that you are completely unaware of? What could be their past experiences, their upbringing, or their personal history that has profoundly shaped their current outlook, their biases, or their reactions? What are their deepest hopes, their most profound fears, and their core aspirations in life? It is absolutely vital to remember that you do not have to agree with their actions, condone their behavior, or validate their every viewpoint. The sole and pure purpose of this exercise is to deeply cultivate profound empathy, genuine understanding, and a compassionate appreciation for their human experience. This regular practice directly and powerfully combats the common human tendency to demonize adversaries, to quickly dismiss others' inherent worth, or to judge them prematurely, thereby making the universal application of REI far more intuitive, consistent, and deeply genuine in all your interactions. It effectively dissolves the often illusory perception of separation and powerfully highlights our shared, complex, and interconnected human experience. By actively and consistently integrating these powerful mental exercises into your daily routine and communication habits, you can begin the transformative process of internalizing the core principles of REI. This is far beyond merely adopting a superficial new set of manners or social graces. It's about cultivating a profound and enduring inner transformation that empowers you to navigate the intricate complexities of social interaction with unparalleled grace, maximum effectiveness, and an authentic, undeniable strength that resonates deeply with others. REI, truly the art of respect, is not merely a noble virtue to be admired, it is, in its essence, a powerful, indispensable, and highly strategic advantage that will serve you exceptionally well in every conceivable aspect of life, from your most intimate personal relationships to the grand stages of global diplomacy and professional leadership. Embrace this ancient wisdom, Kami. Chapter 3, You. Heroic Courage. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, churning sea. Waves crash against the shore, spraying cold mist. Ahead, a small boat awaits. Your mission: navigate this treacherous expanse to a distant island of opportunity and self-discovery. But a storm is brewing, dark clouds gathering. A voice inside whispers doubts, paints vivid pictures of capsizing, of being lost. Apprehension tingles, a cold knot forming in your stomach. This isn't just a physical journey, it's a profound metaphor for life's challenges. How often do we stand at such metaphorical precipices, paralyzed not by external forces, but by the tempest within us, the storm of fear, doubt, and hesitation. In the ancient tradition of the samurai, existed a concept more nuanced than mere bravery: you, heroic courage. You was not the absence of fear, it was the conscious, deliberate decision to act in spite of fear, guided by clear purpose and deep understanding of one's capabilities. It was unwavering resolve to step into the unknown, to face the seemingly insurmountable, not out of foolish impulsiveness, but from considered conviction. This chapter, You, Heroic Courage, invites you on a voyage into this ancient wisdom. We will explore how to identify fears that hold us back, distinguish true courage from reckless abandon, and cultivate the inner strength to take decisive action when it matters most. Get ready to unfurl your sails and navigate your personal oceans. The treasures of self-mastery and achievement lie just beyond the horizon of your fears. This journey demands your presence, your attention, and your willingness to confront what lies within. Let us begin. Many confuse courage with recklessness, equating them as simply not being afraid. But the samurai understood a critical distinction. Blind recklessness is an impulsive leap into danger without proper assessment, driven by ego, ignorance, or a desperate desire to prove something. It's charging into a battlefield without understanding the enemy, without strategy, without even knowing how to wield your weapon. The outcome is often predictable and disastrous, leading to unnecessary harm. It's a spontaneous burst of energy lacking foresight. You, heroic courage, is far more sophisticated. It is not an absence of fear, but the conscious, deliberate choice to act despite fear, based on careful evaluation, understanding potential risks, and clear alignment with values and objectives. You involves introspection, strategic thinking, and profound purpose. It's about being fully aware of the monster, recognizing its fangs, but choosing to approach it anyway, because your mission demands it, and you are prepared. This calculated courage is rooted in self-awareness and commitment to a higher goal. It's the strength to face daunting odds, not out of denial, but deep-seated resolve forged through discipline and wisdom. Real-world practical example: consider two aspiring entrepreneurs. Sarah has a brilliant tech product idea. She spends months researching, developing a robust business plan, securing seed funding, building a prototype, and assembling a team. She knows risks: 90% of startups fail, and feels profound pressure and anxiety. Yet, she launches her company, making calculated decisions, adjusting strategies, facing setbacks with analytical resolve. This is you. She feels fear, acknowledges it, but proceeds with purpose and preparation. Now consider Mark. After a weekend seminar, he quits his stable job on Monday with only a vague idea and unrealistic belief that it will all work out. He has no business plan, market research, funding, or clear strategy. He announces his grand vision, brimming with impulsive enthusiasm, dismissing concerns as negative thinking. This is recklessness. While his initial burst might look like courage, it lacks the foundational elements of deliberate planning, risk assessment, and strategic purpose defining true you. Sarah's journey is fraught with fear but grounded. Mark's is often short-lived and characterized by avoidable pitfalls. Why it matters: distinguishing you from recklessness is fundamental to effective decision-making and sustainable success. Blind recklessness leads to avoidable failures, unnecessary suffering, and diminished learning capacity. It erodes trust in oneself and from others, demonstrating a lack of accountability. Cultivating you empowers you to take meaningful, impactful action. It transforms fear from a paralyzing adversary into a signal for careful consideration and preparation. It allows you to expand your comfort zone intelligently, tackling challenges that genuinely contribute to growth and goals. When you act with you, your efforts are more likely to yield positive results because they are rooted in intelligence, foresight, and conviction. This calculated approach builds resilience, breeds confidence, and fosters a reputation for wisdom. You face difficult situations not by ignoring danger, but by possessing the strength and insight to navigate it effectively, emerging stronger. This distinction is the cornerstone of a truly strategic life. Our minds are powerful storytellers, often crafting tales of impending doom far grander than reality. A paper tiger is something appearing threatening but actually ineffectual. Personally, it's a fear that, upon inspection, is baseless, exaggerated, or within our control. These fears often manifest as what-ifs. What if I fail? What if they laugh? What if it's too hard, creating mental barriers? They are specters, not genuine obstacles. They roar loudly in imagination, but crumble when confronted. Identifying these paper tigers is the first crucial step to dismantling them and reclaiming agency. It involves shining an analytical light on amorphous anxiety blobs. Real-world practical example: consider David, who dreams of starting a podcast on sustainable living. He's passionate and knowledgeable. Yet, every time he plans, fears assault him. What if no one listens? What if my voice sounds stupid? What if I run out of ideas? What if it's a complete flop? These are his paper tigers. To identify them, David writes each fear. Next to each, he asks, what is the absolute worst realistic outcome, and what concrete evidence supports this? For what if no one listens? The worst is only a few listen. Evidence: none, before starting. For what if my voice sounds stupid? Someone might leave a negative comment, but his voice is objectively fine. For what if I run out of ideas? He realizes he has a lifetime of experience. For what if it's a flop? He considers what flop truly means. If he learns valuable skills, is it a flop? Through this, David realizes the danger is largely manufactured. No one dies, his reputation isn't shattered, and time investment yields transferable skills. The roar of these fears is empty, their teeth made of paper. Actual risks are minimal compared to potential rewards. Why it matters: learning to identify paper tigers is transformative. It disarms common internal obstacles. Most things preventing progress aren't insurmountable, they're psychological constructs, magnified anxieties. When you expose a paper tiger, its power evaporates. This exercise develops critical thinking in emotional situations, teaching you to question your mind's narratives. It cultivates self-efficacy, showing many perceived monsters are shadows of imagination. Routinely engaging in this process builds a mental toolkit for approaching challenges rationally. You stop being held captive by speculative anxieties and focus on tangible steps and genuine risks. This clarity frees mental energy for preparation and strategic action. It fosters an environment where you can flourish, as you fight real battles, not illusory ones. This capacity for discerning genuine threats from phantom ones is a hallmark of strategic thinking. Hiding in the shell encapsulates the human tendency to retreat from challenges, seeking familiar comfort over confronting discomfort. Faced with new demands, potential failure, or uncertainty, our primal instincts urge us to pull back, like a tortoise. This PR. His action might not be perfect, the conversation not a sale, but he has broken the paralysis. He took the first step. Perhaps the call goes well, or provides learning. The crucial element is he acted. He didn't let fear dictate behavior, bypassing the mental trap that would have kept him stagnant. Why it matters: the 3-second rule is a game changer because it directly addresses fear's immediate, paralyzing effect. It teaches you to override hesitation and overthinking, replacing it with an automatic bias towards action. This isn't recklessness, it's a pre-commitment to courageous behavior, acting on intentions rather than being derailed by anxieties. Consistently applying this rule retrains your brain to associate discomfort with a signal for immediate forward motion. You build a habit of decisiveness. Over time, this practice strengthens willpower, expands comfort zones, and increases productivity. You become someone who does, not someone who contemplates. The cumulative effect of thousands of small, courageous actions within that 3-second window can fundamentally transform your life trajectory, opening opportunities otherwise inaccessible. It's a simple yet profound tactic empowering you to bridge the gap between knowing what to do and doing it, embodying you's active, purposeful spirit. It converts fleeting bravery into sustained momentum, making aspirations tangible through consistent action. Chapter 4, Mio, Cultivating Your Honor. Chapter 4, Mio, Cultivating Your Honor. Welcome back, fellow strategists. Take a moment to think about someone you deeply admire in the professional world, someone whose word you implicitly trust. What qualities do they possess? Is it their expertise? Their charisma? Or is there something deeper, a bedrock quality that underpins all their interactions, something that resonates with authenticity and unwavering reliability? This foundational quality, often invisible yet immensely powerful, is what we'll explore today. We are delving into Mio, the samurai concept of honor and reputation, and how its cultivation is not just an ancient virtue but a non-negotiable imperative in the modern landscape of personal branding and professional success. In our hyper-connected world, where information travels at the speed of light, your reputation precedes you, follows you, and often defines you. It's built not just on grand gestures, but on countless small actions, consistent behaviors, and the unwavering integrity of your character. This is your personal brand, yes, but it's something far more profound than marketing fluff. It is the external reflection of your internal self, a testament to who you truly are when no one is watching, and more importantly, when everyone is. Let's begin our deep dive by defining Mio. At its core, Mio is more than mere reputation, it is the external reflection of your internal character. Imagine your character as a finely crafted katana, forged from the purest steel of your values, honed by your principles, and tempered by your experiences. Mio is the gleaming polish on that blade, a reflection that shines forth for all to see. It's not about how many accolades you accumulate, or how many followers you have on social media. It's about the integrity of your decisions, the sincerity of your intentions, and the consistency of your actions. It's about living a life that is congruent with your deepest beliefs, ensuring that your outward presentation is a genuine extension of your inner truth. Consider a practical example, a craftsman known for their meticulous attention to detail. This individual might be a woodworker who, even for an unseen joint within a cabinet, uses the same precision and quality materials as they would for the visible surface. They don't cut corners because their internal standard of excellence, their personal Mio, demands nothing less. This isn't just about pride in their work, it's about an intrinsic commitment to quality that defines their very being. Over time, this consistency in effort, this dedication to internal standards, becomes externally visible. Their reputation for impeccable quality grows organically, leading to steady demand, premium pricing, and a loyal clientele who trust their name implicitly. Their honor is built piece by piece, unseen, yet fundamentally expressed. Why does this matter so deeply? Because Mio, as this consistent external reflection of internal character, is the bedrock of sustained success. It buys you currency beyond mere money, trust, respect, and loyalty. In a world increasingly saturated with fleeting trends and hollow promises, true character shines through as a rare and invaluable commodity. It shields you from the volatile swings of public opinion because your foundation is solid. When challenges arise, and they inevitably will, it is your established Mio that allows you to weather the storm, garner support, and ultimately emerge stronger. It ensures that your success is not just momentary, but enduring, built on a foundation of integrity that stands the test of time. Next, let's discuss a concept that feels almost ancient yet is more vital than ever in our digital age: your word is your bond. In a world where commitments are often made with a casual click or a fleeting message, the weight of a spoken promise might seem diminished. Yet, paradoxically, its importance has escalated. Your word, in this age of instant information and pervasive connectivity, has become a digital footprint, an indelible mark. Every commitment you make, the initial buzz turned into a roar of public outrage. Within months, Swift Launch faced multiple lawsuits, its reputation shattered beyond repair. The company quickly spiraled into bankruptcy, a casualty not just of technical failure, but of a fundamental lack of honor and integrity from its inception. They prioritized short-term hype over long-term trust, and the consequences were devastating. Now, let's contrast this with a success story built on unwavering trust and honor. Imagine a company called Artisan Brews, a small, local coffee roastery that has slowly but steadily grown its business over 2 decades. Artisan Brews has never pursued aggressive expansion or made exaggerated claims. Instead, their success is rooted in a steadfast commitment to quality, ethical sourcing, and honest relationships. They pay their farmers fair wages, transparently share their sourcing practices, and meticulously roast their beans, consistently delivering a superior product. When a supply chain disruption occurred during a global crisis, threatening their ability to source a particular bean, Artisan Brews immediately communicated the challenge to their customers, explaining the situation honestly and offering temporary alternatives while working tirelessly to find sustainable solutions. They absorbed some of the increased costs rather than compromising quality or unfairly raising prices. Customers, who had built a deep trust in Artisan Brews' integrity over years, understood and appreciated the transparency. They stayed loyal, even advocating for the brand, because they knew Artisan Brews stood by its values. This unwavering commitment to honor, to their promises to farmers, employees, and customers, solidified their brand, creating an incredibly resilient and beloved business that thrived through turbulent times. Why do these cases matter? They vividly demonstrate that honor is not a quaint relic of the past, it is a critical differentiator and a powerful predictor of long-term success. The Swift launch story is a cautionary tale of how a lack of integrity can lead to catastrophic failure, even with innovative ideas and significant funding. Artisan Brews, on the other hand, exemplifies how prioritizing trust, transparency, and ethical conduct creates an enduring enterprise that cultivates fierce loyalty and weathers any storm. In a world that often rewards audacious claims, these examples remind us that true, sustainable prosperity is built on the solid, unshakable foundation of Mio. Your reputation isn't just a marketing asset, it's the very soul of your enterprise, whether personal or professional. Finally, let's turn our attention to an actionable tip, a practical exercise to actively cultivate your honor, auditing your commitments to ensure you never overpromise and underdeliver. This isn't just about managing your calendar, it's about safeguarding your Mio, protecting your time, and ensuring that every promise you make is one you can genuinely keep. Many of us, driven by ambition or a desire to please, fall into the trap of saying yes too readily, accepting more tasks than we can realistically handle, or setting deadlines that are overly optimistic. This leads to stress, rushed work, missed deadlines, and ultimately, a chipping away at your credibility. Here's the conceptual explanation of this audit. It's a systematic review of your current and potential obligations, conducted with radical honesty about your capacity and resources. It involves not only listing what you've committed to but also critically evaluating the true effort and time each commitment will demand. The goal is to identify potential conflicts or overloads before they become crises, allowing you to renegotiate, delegate, or decline new requests strategically. It's about proactive management of your personal and professional integrity. For a practical example, imagine you are a freelancer. At the start of each week, before taking on any new projects, you dedicate 30 minutes to this audit. You list every project deadline, every meeting, every person. In our interconnected world, a single act of dishonesty or a breach of trust doesn't just affect the immediate parties involved. It can spread through networks, influence public opinion, and impact your broader ecosystem. A negative review, a shared anecdote, or even a subtle shift in perception can have far-reaching consequences. Cultivating Mio requires a holistic awareness that your honor is constantly being assessed by a wide audience, not just those directly in front of you. Every choice you make contributes to the narrative of who you are. As we conclude this chapter, remember that Mio, your honor, is not something you are born with and simply possess. It is a living, breathing aspect of your character that requires constant cultivation, vigilance, and intentional effort. It is the unwavering commitment to aligning your internal character with your external actions, ensuring that your word is always your bond, and that every commitment you make is one you can fulfill with excellence. In a world clamoring for authenticity and reliability, the path of Mio offers not just moral rectitude, but a strategic advantage. It builds resilience, fosters deep connections, and secures a legacy of trust that money cannot buy. Cultivate your honor diligently, for it is the most precious asset you possess, the true measure of your worth, and the enduring foundation of your success. Step forward, not just with skill and ambition, but with an unshakable commitment to your Mio. Chapter 5, Jin, Benevolent Leadership. Welcome back to the Samurai Strategy. In this chapter, Chapter 5, we delve into the profound concept of Jin benevolent leadership. For centuries, the image of the samurai has been one of stern discipline, martial prowess, and unyielding resolve. Yet, within the intricate tapestry of Bushido, the way of the warrior, lay a principle equally revered and strategically crucial: Jin, meaning benevolence, compassion, and humanity. It's a quality that might seem counterintuitive when we think of a warrior, but its mastery was essential for true, lasting leadership. Today, as we navigate the complexities of modern business and personal leadership, we often encounter the very same tension: how does one lead with both strength and kindness? How do you command respect without resorting to fear, and inspire loyalty that transcends mere compensation? This chapter will explore these vital questions, beginning with a deep dive into empathy and team dynamics, presenting an engaging storytelling hook that brings this ancient wisdom squarely into our contemporary world. Imagine, if you will, a seasoned CEO, Sarah, known throughout her industry not just for her groundbreaking innovations and aggressive market strategies, but for something far rarer: the unwavering devotion of her employees. Her company once faced a brutal economic downturn, a crisis that saw competitors shedding staff ruthlessly. Sarah, however, chose a different path. Instead of immediate layoffs, she held town halls, listening intently to every concern, every fear. She implemented temporary pay cuts across the board, starting with herself, and mobilized teams to find creative, temporary solutions, assuring everyone that this was a shared challenge. Her people worked harder than ever, not out of fear, but out of a profound sense of loyalty and belief in her leadership. When the market recovered, her company emerged stronger, her workforce more united, and their competitive edge sharper than ever. This, my friends, is Jin in action, a testament to the power of benevolent leadership. Let us now explore the remarkable paradox of the warrior who is also a poet and philosopher. When we picture a samurai, our minds often conjure images of a stoic figure clad in armor, katana at the ready, focused solely on the art of combat. This, however, is an incomplete picture. The true samurai, particularly those who rose to positions of strategic influence and lasting leadership, were often deeply cultured individuals. They cultivated an appreciation for poetry, participated in tea ceremonies, practiced calligraphy, and delved into philosophical texts. This wasn't merely a pastime, it was an integral part of their development, shaping their character and refining their leadership capabilities. The conceptual explanation here is simple yet profound. The warrior who embraces the arts and philosophy develops a broader, more nuanced perspective of the world. They understand life's inherent beauty alongside its harsh realities. This exposure to diverse forms of human expression and thought fosters empathy, critical thinking, and a deeper understanding of human nature itself. It prevents a leader from becoming one-dimensional, trapped in a purely tactical or results-driven mindset. A leader who can compose a haiku while planning a strategic campaign possesses a mental agility and emotional depth that a purely militaristic mind cannot. This duality cultivates a unique form of wisdom, allowing them to see beyond the immediate battlefield, considering long-term consequences, human cost, and the delicate balance of power and peace. They understand that true victory often lies not just in conquering, but in creating sustainable harmony and prosperity. Consider a real-world practical example. Take the modern entrepreneur who, despite running a high-stakes tech startup, dedicates significant time to studying ancient history or mastering a musical instrument. They aren't doing it to escape their responsibilities, rather, they find that these pursuits enhance their ability to lead. The historical study me. When a leader acts with gin, they build psychological safety, a critical ingredient for high-performing teams. This safety fosters trust, encourages risk-taking, and cultivates an environment where people feel valued, seen, and heard. This isn't about being soft, it's about being wise enough to understand the intrinsic drivers of human motivation. It's about investing in the emotional and psychological capital of your team, knowing that this investment will yield far greater returns than any purely financial one. For a real-world practical example, consider a leader who, during a period of intense organizational change and uncertainty, makes a point of personally checking in with every team member, not just to discuss work, but to ask how they are coping, what their concerns are, and how the company can support them. Perhaps they notice a team member struggling with childcare issues and proactively connect them with company resources or flexible work options. Or maybe, when a critical project deadline looms, they ensure that the team is properly resourced and supported, rather than simply demanding impossible hours without any consideration for personal toll. This leader shows up for their people, not just when things are going well, but especially when times are tough. The loyalty forged in these moments of genuine care and support is incredibly powerful. Employees who feel truly cared for will go to extraordinary lengths for their leader and the organization, not because they are paid to, but because they believe in the mission and feel deeply connected to the people leading it. They become advocates, innovators, and pillars of stability, embodying resilience in the face of adversity. This bond transforms colleagues into a cohesive unit, a true family, bound by shared purpose and mutual respect. Why it matters. the loyalty cultivated through Jin is incredibly resilient. It withstands economic downturns, competitive pressures, and periods of high stress. When employees feel genuinely valued and respected, they are less likely to seek opportunities elsewhere, even if those opportunities offer marginally higher pay. They are more engaged, more productive, and more likely to contribute discretionary effort, that extra push that goes beyond the job description. This creates a stable, high-performing workforce, reduces turnover, and significantly lowers recruitment and training costs. Moreover, a culture rooted in compassion attracts top talent who seek not just a job, but a purpose-driven environment where they can thrive holistically. This type of loyalty also acts as a powerful deterrent against internal discord and external poaching. It builds an organizational culture that is positive, supportive, and highly adaptive, allowing the team to navigate challenges with unity and shared purpose. Jin transforms a collection of individuals into a powerful, cohesive force, ready to tackle any challenge together, driven by a bond that money truly cannot buy. Let's now turn our attention to a specific, incredibly powerful technique within benevolent leadership: active listening as a form of benevolence. We all hear, but how many of us truly listen? In our fast-paced, information-saturated world, the act of genuinely listening has become a rare and precious skill. Yet, for a benevolent leader, it is not merely a skill, it is a profound act of compassion. Conceptually, active listening goes far beyond simply processing words. It involves engaging with the speaker on multiple levels, understanding their verbal message, discerning their emotional state, recognizing their underlying concerns, and interpreting their nonverbal cues. It requires setting aside your own agenda, suspending judgment, and dedicating your full attention to the other person. It is a selfless act that communicates profound respect and validates the speaker's experience. When you actively listen, you are essentially saying, "I value what you have to say, and I value you as a person." This act of benevolence creates a safe space for open communication, allowing. It's about believing in their potential even when they doubt themselves, and guiding them through their failures as learning opportunities, rather than purely as reasons for punishment. The goal isn't just to achieve a metric, it's to develop the person, knowing that a developed person will consistently achieve and surpass metrics in the long run. This approach understands that human beings are not machines, they thrive when challenged, but only if they feel supported and believed in. As a real-world practical example, consider a seasoned basketball coach preparing a team for a championship game. This coach demands absolute precision in drills, insists on grueling conditioning, and pushes players to master complex plays under intense pressure. The standards are incredibly high. Yet, this same coach also knows each player's individual struggles, both on and off the court. When a player makes a mistake during practice, the coach doesn't yell or shame them. Instead, they pull the player aside, offer specific feedback, demonstrate the correct technique, and then offer words of encouragement like, I know you've got this, we've practiced it 1,000 times, just focus on your follow-through. If a player is struggling with personal issues, the coach provides an empathetic ear, offers flexibility where possible, and connects them with support resources, all while reiterating the team's commitment to excellence and the player's vital role within it. The players perform at an elite level not just because they fear the coach, but because they respect the coach's commitment to their development and feel deeply cared for. They know the high standards are set because the coach believes in their ability to meet them and wants them to succeed. This challenging yet supportive environment fosters incredible growth, resilience, and an unwavering team spirit. Why it matters: this balance creates a culture of continuous improvement and psychological safety. Team members feel challenged to grow, but they are not paralyzed by the fear of failure, knowing that their leader will support them through setbacks. This fosters innovation, as individuals are more willing to experiment and take calculated risks, understanding that mistakes are learning opportunities, not career-ending events. It builds incredible loyalty and commitment because people thrive when they feel both pushed and supported. This approach leads to sustainable high performance, as employees develop skills and confidence, leading to intrinsic motivation and a deeper sense of purpose. It prevents burnout by acknowledging the human element of work and fostering a healthy, demanding yet supportive environment. Ultimately, balancing high standards with deep empathy ensures that organizations not only achieve their goals but do so by developing a highly skilled, engaged, and resilient workforce that is prepared for future challenges. It's about building people, not just profits, understanding that the former inevitably leads to the latter in a much more profound and sustainable way. Now, let's address some common mistakes leaders make when attempting to embody the principles of Jin and benevolent leadership. Understanding these pitfalls can help us navigate the path more effectively. Firstly, a significant mistake is confusing Jin with weakness or permissiveness. Benevolence is often misconstrued as being soft or allowing standards to slip. This couldn't be further from the truth. True Jin involves a deep commitment to the growth and potential of individuals, which necessitates high expectations and constructive feedback. A leader exhibiting Jin will never shy away from addressing poor performance or demanding excellence. The difference lies in the manner in which these tough conversations occur. They are rooted in care and a desire to help the individual improve, rather than being punitive or dismissive. If a leader lowers standards in the name of being nice, they ultimately do a disservice to their team members by hindering their development and allowing mediocrity to fester. Chapter 6: Makoto, Absolute Sincerity. Welcome back, strategist. We've journeyed through the intricate landscapes of foresight, adaptability, and unwavering focus. Now, in Chapter 6, we turn our attention inward, exploring a principle that underpins all true success, a quality both profoundly simple and extraordinarily powerful: Makoto. This ancient Japanese concept, often translated as absolute sincerity or genuine truthfulness, resonates with a profound authenticity that transforms mere intention into undeniable action. It speaks to a warrior's spirit, a leader's integrity, and an individual's ultimate reliability. Imagine for a moment a master swordsmith, forging a blade. Every strike of the hammer is deliberate, every heat treatment precise, every polish meticulous. There is no half measure, no deviation from the intended process. The smith's word to deliver a perfect blade is not just a promise, it is an intrinsic commitment woven into the very fabric of their work. This is the essence of Makoto in action, a seamless blend of conviction and execution, where the gap between saying and doing utterly vanishes. Let's define Makoto in the context of our strategy. When you say you will do something, it is as good as done. It is not an aspiration, it is an inevitability. It's a commitment so deep it transcends casual promises, becoming an unbreakable pact with yourself and, by extension, with the world around you. This isn't about being perfect, it's about operating with an internal compass that always points to follow through. Consider a professional who declares, "I will have that report on your desk by Friday." For someone embodying Makoto, that report's completion is not subject to mood, minor distractions, or sudden shifts in priority, unless an entirely unforeseen and unavoidable catastrophe intervenes. Even then, immediate communication and a revised, equally firm commitment would follow. The report is, in effect, already delivered the moment the commitment is made. Their internal system has shifted from "I might do this" to "this is done." This level of certainty in oneself breeds trust in others. Colleagues know they can rely on this person, clients know their word is their bond. The practical example here is not merely meeting deadlines, it is redefining the very nature of what a deadline means. It means the outcome is secured the instant the agreement is reached. Why does this matter so profoundly? Because Makoto builds an unparalleled internal bedrock of self-trust. Every fulfilled promise, no matter how small, reinforces your belief in your own capability and integrity. It clarifies your focus, eliminating the mental chatter of procrastination or second-guessing. You become an individual of consistent, predictable action. This consistency is not rigid, it's reliable. It allows you to build momentum, to stack small victories, and to confidently tackle larger, more complex challenges because you know, with absolute certainty, that you will see them through. Without this internal trust, ambition remains a wish, and strategy, merely a theoretical exercise. Now, let's address the insidious chasm that often separates our grand intentions from our actual execution. We've all been there, the enthusiastic declaration on Monday morning, "This week, I'm going to finally clean out the garage, or I'll start that new exercise routine." By Wednesday, the garage remains a labyrinth, and the running shoes are still gathering dust. This gap between intention and execution is the silent killer of potential. It's a space filled with rationalizations, distractions, and the slow erosion of self-belief. Think of a project manager who constantly assures their team that a new process will be implemented soon or that we'll definitely tackle that technical debt next quarter. These intentions, however noble, become hollow if they consistently fail to materialize. The team, initially hopeful, grows disillusioned. They stop believing in the soon and the definitely. The initial energy around the idea dissipates, replaced by cynicism. The practical example here is the cumulative damage of unfulfilled promises on team morale and productivity. It's not just about what isn't done, it's about the wasted mental energy spent anticipating something that never arrives. Why is this gap so dangerous? Each time we allow this space to exist, each time we fail to translate AD, your internal system learns to execute without hesitation. This builds an extraordinary capacity for follow-through, not just on small tasks, but on increasingly larger and more complex objectives. The zero gap practice is the foundational discipline that allows Makoto to flourish, creating an unstoppable force of genuine sincerity and consistent execution within you. It transforms you from someone who wants to do things into someone who does them. Let's explore some common mistakes people make when trying to cultivate Makoto and implement the zero gap practice. The first, and perhaps most prevalent, is biting off more than you can chew. People often declare grand, sweeping changes. I'm going to run a marathon in 3 months, starting today with 10 miles. Without having laid the groundwork. When they inevitably fall short, they reinforce the very pattern of non-follow-through they're trying to break. The mistake here is scale. Makoto begins with small, undeniable victories. Start with 1 push-up, 1 page of reading, 1 glass of water. Build from there. The smaller the initial commitment, the easier it is to achieve zero gap, and thus, the more effectively you build self-trust. Another common pitfall is misunderstanding that Makoto isn't about perfection, but about consistent effort and immediate realignment. If you miss a commitment, the mistake isn't the lapse itself. We are human, and lapses will occur. The mistake is allowing that lapse to derail you completely, to become an excuse for giving up. Instead, Makoto demands immediate recommitment and reinitiation. If you decided to write for an hour and only wrote for 30 minutes, the zero gap approach isn't to wallow in guilt, it's to immediately decide, I will write for another 15 minutes right now, and then do it. It's about minimizing the recovery time, shrinking the gap between acknowledging a slip and getting back on track. A third mistake is externalizing accountability too much. While external accountability can be helpful, Makoto is fundamentally an internal discipline. Relying solely on a coach, a partner, or a public declaration to hold you accountable bypasses the critical internal work of building self-trust. True Makoto means you keep your word to yourself, even when no one else is watching. The power comes from that unbreakable internal pact. Focus on cultivating that intrinsic motivation and unwavering personal commitment. The samurai didn't need an audience to uphold their honor, it was an internal code. Finally, one often overlooked mistake is underestimating the psychological resistance to change, particularly when adopting zero gap. Your brain is wired for efficiency and habit. Interrupting old patterns with immediate action can feel uncomfortable, even jarring at first. This discomfort is often misinterpreted as a sign that the practice isn't working, or that it's too difficult. In reality, it's a sign that your brain is actively rewiring itself. Lean into that discomfort. Recognize it as the friction of positive transformation. Persistence through this initial resistance is key. To further cultivate Makoto and embed the zero gap practice into your daily life, let's consider a few mental exercises for the listener. First, the instant inventory exercise. Throughout your day, periodically pause and conduct a quick mental inventory of any small commitments you've recently made to yourself. Did you decide to respond to an email? Did you commit to tidying your desk? Did you intend to make a phone call? For each commitment, assess the gap. Was it done immediately, or is it lingering? This isn't about self-criticism, but self-awareness. Simply observe. The act of observation itself begins to close the gap. By bringing these intentions to your conscious mind, you reduce their ability to quietly evaporate. Second, the 1-minute micro-action challenge. For the next week, identify 5 recurring, small tasks or intentions you often postpone. For example, putting dishes in the dishwasher immediately, sending a quick confirmation email. Chapter 7, Chew, Duty and Loyalty. Chapter 7, Chew, Duty and Loyalty. Welcome to Chapter 7 of the Samurai Strategy, Chew, Duty and Loyalty. In this deep dive, we explore a foundational concept that transcends mere obligation, embodying a profound sense of commitment, resilience, and unwavering purpose. Chew is the internal compass that guides you, the quiet determination that propels you forward, not just through initial enthusiasm, but through the long, often challenging journey where true grit is forged. We will unlock how embracing duty, not as a burden, but as a deeply personal source of meaning, can unleash unparalleled fortitude. This isn't about rote compliance, it's about cultivating an inner strength that allows you to stand firm, pursuing your objectives with steadfast resolve, creating a legacy built on genuine, enduring commitment. Point 1. Reframe duty not as a burden, but as a source of purpose. Let's fundamentally redefine duty. Conventionally, it often feels like an imposition, a chore, an unwanted task. But in the samurai tradition, and truly, in any pursuit of excellence, duty ascends beyond mere obligation. It becomes a conscious choice, a core alignment with your values and aspirations. This transformation shifts duty from an external demand to an internal, freely embraced commitment, making it a powerful guiding force that provides meaning and direction. Consider a dedicated surgeon. Their duty isn't just a job, it's a profound commitment to preserving life, to alleviating suffering, to applying years of specialized knowledge for the benefit of others. Every arduous hour in the operating room, every complex case, every critical decision, is framed not as a burden, but as a vital step in fulfilling a higher purpose. They are driven by an intrinsic sense of contribution, a deep-seated belief in the significance of their work. This perspective allows them to find meaning even in demanding aspects, sustaining them where others might crumble. Why does this matter so profoundly? Because purpose is the most potent fuel for sustained effort. When your duties are intrinsically linked to your core values, you tap into an inexhaustible reservoir of intrinsic motivation. This isn't motivation dependent on external rewards, it's a steady, internal flame that burns brightly even in the darkest hours. This reframing cultivates incredible psychological resilience. When challenges inevitably arise, you don't question if you should continue, but how you will overcome. Your duty becomes your anchor, rooting you firmly, making you impervious to doubt. It empowers you to lead with conviction, inspiring others through the steadfastness of your commitment. By viewing duty as purpose, you infuse your life with profound meaning, transforming perceived obligation into unparalleled opportunity. Point 2. Discuss loyalty to one's principles before loyalty to people. This aspect of Chu introduces a crucial moral hierarchy. While loyalty to one's lord, family, or comrades was paramount for a samurai, there existed an even higher loyalty, adherence to one's principles. This meant upholding a moral code, an unyielding set of ethical standards, even when it might create conflict with personal allegiances. Bushido enshrined virtues like justice, honor, and integrity. If a lord's actions diverged, a samurai faced a difficult choice, torn between personal fidelity and a higher moral framework. The true samurai understood that genuine loyalty was not blind obedience, but an unwavering commitment to the ideals that defined their very being. Principles always took precedence over people, especially when personal loyalties risked compromising fundamental righteousness. Consider a modern-day whistleblower. Their duty is to uphold ethical conduct and transparency. Imagine they uncover significant misconduct within their organization, potentially involving highly placed colleagues. The pressure to remain silent, to protect relationships, or to safeguard the company's reputation could be immense. However, an individual embodying this principle of loyalty to principles would recognize that their primary duty is to truth, to ethical standards, and to the broader societal good. Exposing wrongdoing, despite personal cost, demonstrates higher loyalty to integrity itself, superseding loyalty to individuals or flawed systems. This arduous choice preserves their own honor and reinforces the integrity of their chosen field. Why is this unwavering commitment so critical? Because it forms the indispensable foundation of trust, both internally and externally. When individuals consistently prioritize principles, they establish themselves as beacons of integrity. Others learn that their word is their bond, that their decisions are guided by a consistent moral framework, not by expediency or personal favor. This fosters deep trust, essential for high-performing teams. In leadership, it means making tough, correct decisions. It acts as a bulwark against moral decay and compromise. Loyalty to principles ensures that ethical lines remain clear and that decisions withstand scrutiny, building a reputation for unwavering rectitude far more valuable and enduring than any fleeting personal allegiance. It secures a legacy. Point 3. Story: The 47 Ronin and the Ultimate Price of Loyalty. Perhaps no historical account illustrates true duty and loyalty more powerfully than the tale of the 47 Ronin. This is a saga of meticulous planning, profound patience, and ultimate self-sacrifice, all in unwavering commitment to a deceased lord's honor. In 1701, Lord Asano of Akio was compelled to commit seppuku after being provoked into drawing his sword within Edo Castle by Kira Yoshinaka, a corrupt official. Asano's domain was confiscated, and his samurai became Ronin masterless warriors, a state of intense dishonor. Traditionally, they might have committed seppuku themselves or sought immediate revenge. But their leader, Oishi Kurenashuk, urged patience. For over 2 years, these 47 former samurai endured immense hardship, deliberately cultivating an image of disrepute and abandonment. They scattered, took on humble jobs, some feigned drunkenness and moral decay, all designed to lull Kira into a false sense of security, to make him believe their duty and their. Cultivating this sense of this deep, purpose-driven commitment enables you to transcend the unpredictable emotional swings of motivation. It builds immense mental fortitude, transforming procrastination into tangible progress and inertia into meaningful action. It instills the profound power of discipline, the liberating habit of doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. Over time, these consistent, duty-bound actions compound exponentially, leading directly to your most ambitious goals. It is the secret not just to starting strong, but to finishing even stronger, leaving a lasting impact that powerfully reflects your unwavering dedication. Chapter 8: Zanshin, Total Awareness. Chapter 8: Zanshin, Total Awareness. Imagine a master swordsman. The duel concludes, the opponent falls. Yet, the master does not immediately relax. His gaze remains steady, his stance poised, his awareness expansive. He senses the entire environment, observing the aftermath, ready for any ripple. This state, this profound continuation of presence and readiness, even after the primary action, is Zanshin. A cornerstone of samurai strategy, it transcends the battlefield, offering insights for modern life. In an era of constant distraction, cultivating Zanshin is not just an advantage, it's a necessity for true mastery and strategic clarity. At its heart, Zanshin translates as remaining mind or continuing mind. It describes sustained, unwavering awareness persisting before, during, and critically, after an action. It's not tense hyperfocus, but relaxed, expansive alertness, allowing perception of subtle cues, anticipation, and effortless response. Think of it as a calm, wide-angle lens constantly scanning your landscape, rather than a narrow, zoomed-in view missing crucial peripheral details. This effortless vigilance stems from a deep understanding of the moment, internal calm amidst external activity. It's wisdom to be fully present without being overwhelmed, prepared without being anxious. Samurai understood victory was about managing the entire sequence of events with an unbroken thread of awareness. This thread is Zanshin. Consider a surgeon. During the critical phase, focus is absolute. But Zanshin comes into play after the last stitch. They don't simply drop tools. Awareness remains attuned to patient vitals, subtle changes, team reactions. They observe immediate recovery, ensuring nothing unexpected. Their mind stays present. This vigilance allows catching complications early, ensuring smooth transition to post-op, and integrating learning. It's mastering a situation, not just completing a task. Why it matters: Zanshin fundamentally reduces errors, enhances decision-making, and fosters comprehensive understanding. It shifts us from reactive problem-solving to proactive anticipation, building resilience. Without sustained awareness, we risk premature victory, overlooking follow-through, or failing to learn. It elevates competence to true expertise. A profound Zanshin application: maintaining awareness after a task is seemingly completed. In our fast-paced world, minds leap to the next item. This hurried transition is detrimental. Zanshin teaches us to finish well, to observe our actions' ripples, ensuring proper mental and physical closure before moving on. It's about ensuring the task's full strategic impact is realized, with no unintended consequences. Think of a sales professional closing a deal. Instinct might be to immediately pursue the next lead. But Zanshin involves a deliberate pause. The professional reviews: what went well? Challenges? Documents filed? Immediate follow-ups for client satisfaction and long-term relations. This isn't procrastination, it's strategic reflection and thoroughness. They might send a personalized follow-up, ensuring the client feels valued. They might debrief with their team, sharing insights. This continued presence, even for minutes, consolidates victory, absorbs lessons, and strengthens future success. Why it matters: multifaceted impact. Firstly, prevents loose ends, unaddressed details that unravel efforts. Secondly, transforms experience into wisdom. Reviewing actions extracts lessons, fueling continuous improvement. Thirdly, builds trust and credibility. Thorough follow-through signals professionalism, reliability, and genuine care. It's doing excellent work. Furthermore, it creates a clean mental break, allowing transition to the next task with a refreshed mind. This clarity is an antidote to burnout, ensuring sustained high performance. It allows true completion, freeing mental bandwidth. In our hyper-connected world, Zanshin faces its greatest contemporary challenge: digital distractions, primarily the smartphone. Our devices scatter attention. Constant pings. From ancient battlefield to modern boardroom, its principles are timeless. By practicing relaxed alertness, mastering follow-through, taming digital distractions, and infusing mundane rituals with total awareness, we embody the true strategic power of the samurai. This journey requires dedication, but the rewards: enhanced clarity, reduced errors, deeper connections, profound personal mastery are immeasurable. Embrace Zanshin, unlock a new dimension of total awareness in your strategy and your life. Chapter 9, Mushin, the Mind of No Mind. Chapter 9, Mushin, the Mind of No Mind. We've explored the foundations of strategic thinking, the discipline of foresight, and the cultivation of an unyielding spirit. Now, we arrive at a concept that transcends mere strategy and delves into the very essence of peak performance: Mushin, often translated as the mind of no mind. Imagine a master artisan, so deeply engrossed in their craft that time itself seems to dissolve. Their hands move with an uncanny precision, their focus absolute, yet there is no discernible struggle, no internal monologue of self-doubt. Or consider a seasoned athlete, performing a complex maneuver flawlessly under immense pressure, their body reacting instinctively, without a flicker of conscious deliberation. This isn't merely concentration, it's an elevated state of being, a complete immersion that paradoxically requires an emptying of the usual mental chatter. In our modern, high-stress world, where information overload and constant demands threaten to fragment our attention, understanding, and accessing this flow state or mushin becomes not just an advantage, but a necessity. It's the key to navigating chaos with composure, making impactful decisions with clarity, and operating at your absolute best, even when the stakes are highest. Today, we will embark on a journey to uncover the profound wisdom of Mushin and learn how to integrate its principles into your daily professional and personal life, transforming how you manage stress and unleash your innate potential. It's about transcending conscious effort and allowing your prepared self to respond organically to any challenge. Conceptually, Mushin is a term originating from Zen philosophy and is central to Japanese martial arts. It describes a mental state where a person's mind is free from thoughts, emotions, and fixed perceptions, allowing them to act spontaneously and effectively without hesitation. It's not about being mindless or unconscious, rather, it's about a mind so clear and unburdened that it can respond with perfect fluidity and presence. Imagine your mind as a pristine, still pond. When a pebble drops, the ripples spread instantly and without obstruction. In Mushin, the pebble is the incoming challenge or opportunity, and your response is the ripple, immediate, natural, and perfectly aligned with the moment. There's no internal debate, no analysis paralysis, no fear of failure clouding your judgment. It is the spontaneous manifestation of deep training and complete presence. A powerful real-world example of Mushin can be found in a world-class jazz musician during an improvisation. They aren't consciously thinking, "Now I will play a C sharp, followed by a diminished chord." Instead, their fingers dance across the keys, their breath guides the melody, and their body sways with the rhythm, all in a seamless, unbroken flow. The music emerges through them, not from a laborious intellectual process. Years of practice, theory, and countless hours with their instrument have become so deeply ingrained that the act of creation is entirely instinctual, a direct expression of their inner landscape. The musician and the music become one, thought and action dissolving into a single, cohesive experience. Why this matters profoundly in your life is that cultivating Mushin allows for optimal decision-making and performance under pressure. When your mind is clear of internal noise, you can perceive situations with greater accuracy, react with swifter precision, and access your full repertoire of skills without conscious effort impeding the process. This isn't just about speed, it's about the quality of the response. When you operate from a place of Mushin, your actions are not only faster but also more elegant, more appropriate, and ultimately, more effective. It reduces stress because you are no longer fighting yourself, no longer wrestling with internal doubts or anxieties. You are simply performing, fully present, fully capable. It's the ultimate state of effortless mastery, where your intelligence and experience are fully integrated and consider a professional tennis player. They spend thousands of hours practicing serves, forehands, backhands, volleys, and strategic court positioning. They analyze opponents, study game theory, and refine their physical conditioning. When they step onto the court for a high-stakes match, they don't consciously tell their arm how to swing, or their feet where to move for a return shot. The preparation has been so exhaustive, so all-encompassing, that their body and mind respond as one integrated system. A ball comes screaming across the net, and without a moment's hesitation, their body positions itself, the racket swings, and the ball is returned with precision and power. The instinct they exhibit is a direct, unfiltered expression of years of dedicated, intelligent practice. The conscious analytical mind has already done its work in training, allowing the intuitive, reactive self to take over when it matters most. Why this connection is absolutely vital is that it demolishes the myth that peak performance is purely a gift of natural talent. While talent can provide a head start, it is relentless, intelligent preparation that paves the way for sustainable, instinctual excellence. By understanding this link, you empower yourself to consistently improve. You learn that every hour invested in honing your skills, in understanding your domain, in anticipating challenges, is an investment in your future ability to perform effortlessly and effectively when the pressure is on. It's the difference between fumbling for an answer and articulating a profound insight, between reacting clumsily and responding with graceful efficiency. Preparation builds the vast reservoir of knowledge and skill from which Mushin draws its spontaneous power. It gives you the confidence to trust your instincts, because those instincts are built on a solid foundation of rigorous training. To cultivate Mushin, we must learn to actively clear the mental workspace, reducing the clutter of incessant thought and emotional distraction. Conceptually, this meditation technique is about developing mindful awareness of your internal landscape without judgment. It's not about forcing thoughts away, which is often counterproductive, but rather observing them as transient phenomena, like clouds passing in the sky. The goal is to create space between you and your thoughts, allowing you to choose where your attention goes, rather than being passively pulled along by every passing mental impulse. This practice trains your mind to return to a state of calm clarity, ready for focused engagement when needed, and for spontaneous action in moments of demand. It is the conscious practice of mental disarmament. Let's try a simple, yet powerful, guided exercise right now. If you are in a safe place, I invite you to close your eyes or soften your gaze. Take 3 slow, deep breaths, inhaling deeply through your nose, feeling your belly expand, and exhaling slowly through your mouth, releasing any tension you might be holding. Now, simply bring your awareness to your breath, noticing the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen. Don't try to control it, just observe it. As you do, you'll notice thoughts arising, plans, worries, memories, judgments. This is perfectly normal. When a thought appears, simply acknowledge it without engaging with it. Imagine it as a leaf floating down a stream. You see it, but you don't grab onto it or try to push it away. Just watch it float by. If you find yourself getting caught up in a thought, gently, without self-reproach, bring your attention back to the sensation of your breath. Continue this practice for a few minutes. Notice the subtle shift as you create more space, more quietness in your mind. This isn't about emptying your mind completely, it's about reducing its stickiness, lessening the grip thoughts have on your attention. Why regularly engaging in this practice matters deeply for achieving Mushin is multifaceted. Firstly, it enhances your capacity for sustained focus, a prerequisite for any flow state. Secondly, it strengthens. Chapter 10, Fuedashian, the Immovable Mind. Chapter 10, Fuedashian, the Immovable Mind. Welcome to Chapter 10 of the Samurai Strategy, Fuedashian, the Immovable Mind. Reflect on a critical moment in your life, a high-stakes negotiation, a personal crisis, a professional setback. Did you crumble under pressure, or discover an inner calm, navigating the storm with unexpected clarity? This ability to remain centered amidst chaos is Fuedashian, the samurai's secret to profound personal mastery. It's the pinnacle of emotional intelligence, a testament to true resilience. In our turbulent world, maintaining inner peace, regardless of external shifts, isn't just desirable, it's an indispensable superpower. This chapter explores Fuedashian not as an unattainable ideal, but as a practical discipline for cultivating unwavering stability. It is the bedrock for effective leadership, strategic thinking, and profound personal well-being. Let us define Feudation as unshakable inner peace, a deep-seated stability untouched by external chaos. This isn't emotional suppression. Instead, it's acknowledging waves of fear, frustration, or anger, yet choosing not to be swept away. It's mastery of your internal landscape through conscious awareness and regulation. Think of an internal gyroscope, maintaining your balance even when the world tilts precariously. Consider a CEO navigating an unprecedented global economic downturn. Markets plummet, competitors struggle, media broadcasts doomsday predictions. Employees are anxious, investors demand answers. A leader without Feudation might panic, make rash decisions, and amplify crisis. A leader embodying Feudation confronts realities, feels responsibility, yet maintains strategic clarity and composure. They lead with quiet resolve, communicate a consistent vision, foster purpose, and meticulously plan. Their state is not naive optimism, but resolute purpose, navigating the storm with integrity and intelligence. Why does this matter? Feudation is critical for sustained high performance, inspiring true leadership, and safeguarding personal well-being. Inner calm prevents burnout, enables better decisions under duress, and builds unshakable trust. People seek stability in crisis. Without Feudation, every external shock becomes an internal earthquake, eroding clear thinking and effective leadership. It's the difference between merely reacting and consciously shaping your response. Now, a powerful analogy: the mountain versus the wind. Imagine an ancient mountain, its peaks reaching skyward, its base deeply rooted. Around it, the wind howls, a gentle breeze or a furious gale. It sculpts rock over millennia. Yet, the mountain stands impervious. Its core remains untouched, its nature unaltered by the ceaseless air. The mountain represents your Feudation. The wind symbolizes relentless external circumstances, challenges, criticisms, praise, successes, setbacks. If your emotional state is like the wind, you'll be constantly buffeted, your direction dictated by prevailing currents. Cultivate the mountain within, and you acknowledge external forces, perhaps learn from them, but your fundamental belief in purpose, values, and path remains unwavering. Take an artist who poured years into an exhibition. Reviews come, laudatory, indifferent, brutal. These critiques are the wind. An artist without Feudation might internalize every negative word, fall into despair, question talent, abandon art. An artist with Feudation reads reviews, acknowledges feedback, positive and negative, and finds constructive criticism. But their core artistic vision, their intrinsic motivation, remains unassailable. They don't collapse into self-doubt or seek external validation as their sole worth. They stand firm, process information, learn, and continue creating from their authentic center. Why does this matter so much? It separates self-worth from external validation. It cultivates incredible resilience against setbacks, allowing learning from failures without being defined by them. It enables objective self-assessment, preventing emotions from hijacking perspective. As the mountain, you're free to grow, adapt, and evolve, fundamentally unstabilized by life's changing weather patterns. You become the constant in your own turbulent world. Cultivating Fuedashin requires practical techniques for emotional regulation during crisis. These aren't for suppressing emotions, but for observing them, understanding their signals, and consciously choosing your response. It's about creating space between stimulus and reaction, where true freedom resides. Mindful breathing is immediate and powerful. Under stress, breathing becomes shallow, rapid, triggering fight or flight. Deliberately slowing your breath, taking deep, full breaths, actively calms your nervous system. Inhale deeply, hold, exhale slowly. This simple act shifts physiological and psychological state, creating groundedness and clarity. Cognitive reappraisal is vital, actively reframing negative situations. Instead of an unmitigated disaster, ask, is this a disaster, or an unforeseen challenge requiring innovation? Shifting perspective changes emotional response, moving from victimhood to agency, from panic to strategic thinking. Anchoring is effective. Identify a core value, guiding principle, or deep purpose. In crisis, mentally return to this anchor. Remind yourself of why you're doing what you're doing, or who you aspire to be. This reconnects you with fundamental motivations, providing a stable reference point. Strategic pausing is simple yet profound. Before reacting impulsively, take a deliberate moment, count to 5, sip water, take a silent breath. This pause creates space for conscious choice, allowing a wise response over an automatic, emotionally charged reaction. Physical grounding helps immensely. Connect with physical sensations. Feel your feet on the floor. Grip an object, focus on its texture. This brings awareness to the present, away from anxious thoughts, anchoring you in your body. Consider a surgeon facing an unexpected complication during high-stakes surgery. Monitors alarm, the field complicates, pressure intensifies. A surgeon without Fuedashin might feel heart race, hands tremble, mind cloud. A surgeon with Fuedashin uses these techniques: deep breath, anchor on patient safety. They rephrase the complication as a problem demanding expertise. They calmly direct their team, voice steady, actions precise, maintaining peak performance under extreme duress. Why do these techniques matter? They directly impact performance under pressure. They enable clear thinking, prevent impulsive mistakes, and preserve mental and emotional energy. For anyone in high responsibility roles, surgeon, CEO, parent, these applications of Fuedashin are essential. They transform you from emotional passenger to conscious pilot. Beyond personal mastery, Fuedashin has a profound external effect. becoming the calm eye of the storm for others. When panic spreads, when uncertainty reigns, someone composed, clear-headed, and purposeful becomes a powerful antidote, a source of stability. Your internal state radiates outward, influencing the collective emotional landscape. Imagine a critical project reaching its breaking point. Deadlines missed, personnel overwhelmed, technical glitches cascading. The team is frantic. A team lead with Fudoshin would not join the frenzy. They embody quiet strength, calmly assessing the crisis, avoiding blame, focusing on solutions. With a steady voice, they delegate tasks clearly, articulate a revised path, offer genuine reassurance. Their demeanor, their unshakable belief, acts as an anchor, reducing anxiety and restoring control. They don't deny severity. Chapter 11, Kaizen, the way of constant improvement. Chapter 11, Kaizen, the way of constant improvement. The journey of the samurai, as we have explored throughout this book, is an eternal quest for mastery. We have honed our focus, embraced resilience, and understood the power of strategic thought. Now, we arrive at a cornerstone principle, one that binds all these elements together and propels us relentlessly forward: Kaizen. This ancient Japanese philosophy, meaning change for the better or continuous improvement, is not merely a business strategy. It is a profound way of life, a mindset that transforms every challenge into an opportunity for growth. It's the quiet, unwavering commitment to becoming infinitesimally better, every single day, ensuring our personal and professional blade remains ever sharp and ready for any encounter. A samurai's training never truly concludes. This is a fundamental truth. For a warrior, mastery is not a summit, but a continuous ascent. The moment one believes they've learned all there is to know, their edge begins to dull. True strength lies in humble acknowledgement: there is always more to learn, more to refine. It's about approaching every practice session, every encounter, every day, with a beginner's fresh eyes, eager to discover subtle nuances and deepen understanding. This commitment to perpetual learning ensures growth, not just in skill, but in character and spirit. This unyielding dedication to improvement, often invisible to outsiders, separates the master from the merely proficient. Practically speaking, consider a seasoned martial artist. Decades perfecting their form, yet they will still practice the most basic stances, the simplest strikes, with an intensity and focus that belies their apparent simplicity. They aren't merely performing, they are analyzing. They seek the slightest imperfection in their balance, the fractional delay in their movement, the minute tension in their muscles that could be released for greater efficiency. A grand master of kendo, for instance, might spend an entire afternoon solely on fundamental footwork, knowing that a perfect foundation allows for limitless complexity to be built upon it. Similarly, a renowned chef, despite years of accolades, tirelessly experiments with a classic recipe, perhaps adjusting a pinch of salt or a cooking time by mere seconds. This endless tinkering, this quiet quest for betterment, is the spirit of Kaizen. Why it matters is profound. This mindset prevents stagnation, the silent killer of potential. When we believe we have reached our peak, we close ourselves off to new perspectives and opportunities. It fosters incredible resilience. Setbacks are not seen as failures but as valuable feedback, guiding the next iteration of effort. It cultivates humility, recognizing true strength comes not from a fixed state of perfection, but from the dynamic process of striving for it. It ensures our skills remain sharp, relevant, and adaptable to changing circumstances, a critical advantage in any field. The world around us is in constant flux. Only by continually evolving ourselves can we truly thrive within it. The 1% rule is a deceptively simple yet extraordinarily powerful principle, directly embodying the spirit of Kaizen. It posits that making small, incremental improvements consistently over time leads to massive, transformative results. We often fall into the trap of believing that significant change requires monumental effort, a sudden, dramatic overhaul. This misconception often paralyzes us. The 1% rule elegantly bypasses this psychological barrier. Instead of aiming for a 100% improvement overnight, which is almost certainly unsustainable, we aim for a minuscule, barely noticeable gain each day, each week, or each iteration. This small gain, compounded over time, creates an exponential trajectory of progress. It's not about the size of the individual step, but the unwavering consistency of those steps. Imagine improving by just 1% every single day for a year, and you'll be over 37 times better than when you started. That's the astonishing power of compounding marginal gains. A real-world example vividly illustrates this. Consider someone wanting to improve their physical fitness. Instead of committing to a grueling 2-hour workout, they commit to just 10 extra minutes of activity each day. Perhaps it's an additional 10 minutes of walking, or 2 more repetitions of an exercise, or extending a stretch by a few seconds. Individually, these additions seem trivial. However, over weeks and months, those 10 minutes accumulate into hours of extra training. The body adapts gradually, resistance builds, and soon, those extra 10 minutes become the baseline. Similarly, if you aspire to write a book, instead of facing the daunting task of writing a manuscript, commit to just 100 words a day. It takes only a few minutes, feels entirely manageable, and yet, over a year, you would have written over 36,500 words. The same applies to learning a new language. Commit to learning just 1 new vocabulary word or 1 grammar rule daily. Over time, your fluency will grow remarkably. Why it matters is multifold. Firstly, it drastically reduces the psychological friction. This process requires brutal honesty, keen observation, and the discipline to replace unhelpful routines with constructive alternatives. Let's look at a practical example. Imagine someone who routinely finds themselves scrolling aimlessly through social media for an hour or more each evening. This seemingly innocuous habit, while providing a fleeting sense of relaxation, dulls their mental edge by displacing more enriching activities like reading, planning, or learning. To identify it, they might track their screen time or simply become more mindful of when and why they reach for their phone. Once identified, the elimination isn't about sheer willpower alone. It's about strategic replacement. Instead of passively scrolling, they might decide to dedicate that first 15 minutes to reading a chapter of a book, or spending 5 minutes journaling, or planning their most important task for the next day. The bad habit of hitting the snooze button repeatedly, which fragments sleep and starts the day with a sense of rushed disarray, can be replaced by placing the alarm clock across the room, forcing physical movement, and then immediately doing a short, invigorating stretch. Another common dulling habit is mindless snacking on unhealthy foods throughout the day, which impacts energy levels and focus. This can be identified by tracking food intake and replaced by consciously having healthy, pre-portioned snacks readily available, or by simply drinking a glass of water when the urge strikes. Why eliminating these bad habits matters is incredibly significant. Firstly, it frees up immense amounts of mental and physical energy that were previously tied up in unproductive or detrimental activities. Imagine the clarity and focus you gain when you are no longer battling procrastination or negative thought loops. Secondly, it prevents backsliding. Even with the best intentions and the adoption of new, positive habits, old, unchecked bad habits can quickly resurface and derail progress. By actively dismantling them, we solidify our foundation for growth. Thirdly, it strengthens discipline and self-mastery. Each bad habit successfully overcome is a victory that builds inner strength and reinforces our ability to direct our own actions. Finally, it creates space for the positive. When we eliminate the clutter of counterproductive behaviors, we naturally create room for more beneficial routines and higher quality actions. It's not just about removing the negative, it's about clearing the path for the optimal, ensuring our blade remains sharp and ready for any challenge. Kaizen, the way of constant improvement, is more than a technique, it is a philosophy for navigating life itself. It's the samurai's unwavering commitment to becoming better today than they were yesterday, in every single aspect of their existence. By embracing that training never ends, leveraging the astonishing power of the 1% rule, diligently auditing our skills, and ruthlessly eliminating habits that diminish us, we don't just achieve our goals. We transform ourselves into individuals perpetually capable of achieving them. This continuous refinement is the ultimate expression of the samurai spirit. It's a testament to discipline, patience, and an unyielding belief in limitless human potential. Embrace the subtle, yet profound, power of consistent effort. Watch as your own blade becomes sharper, your spirit stronger, and your path clearer with each passing day, forging a legacy of perpetual growth. Chapter 12, The Ronin vs. The Retainer. Chapter 12, The Ronin vs. The Retainer. Welcome to the Samurai Strategy. Chapter 12 dives into a critical modern career dilemma, the tension between autonomy and strategic alignment. Are you a masterless warrior charting your destiny, or a loyal servant dedicating skills to a shared vision? This isn't merely philosophical, it's a practical choice for today's employment landscape. We'll explore the profound archetypes, the Ronin and the Retainer, uncovering how their ancient wisdom illuminates contemporary choices, helping us forge a path of purpose and strategic intent. First, consider the Ronin. In feudal Japan, a Ronin was a samurai without a lord. Perhaps their daimyo fell, or they were exiled. These warriors were cast into a world demanding absolute self-reliance. They possessed formidable training, lethal skills, and unwavering discipline, yet lacked the structure, resources, and clear objective of serving a master. This precarious existence forced them to forge new paths, live by their wits, and define their own code amidst adversity. Modernly, the Ronin echoes in the freelancer, entrepreneur, independent consultant, or startup founder. These individuals consciously choose or are compelled to operate outside traditional corporate structures. Their path is rooted in radical independence, self-directed, self-motivated, directly accountable. No stable salary safety net, no corporate ladder, but limitless potential, no red tape, no boss. They are architects of their own professional destiny. Consider Sarah, a brilliant software engineer. Tired of slow pace and politics, she resigned to launch her own boutique development agency. Starting with one client, she poured energy into exceptional results. Income was inconsistent, hours long, but she controlled projects, technologies, and culture. She learned marketing, finance, and branding from scratch, skills perhaps never developed corporately. This is the modern Ronin, a digital warrior forging a path in the market wilderness. This path matters because it champions innovation, resilience, and personal freedom. It forces comprehensive skill development beyond core competency, transforming individuals into multifaceted strategists and leaders. It cultivates unparalleled ownership and direct impact connection. For those with entrepreneurial spirit, high risk tolerance, and intrinsic autonomy drive, the Ronin mindset offers profound purpose and potential for exponential growth. But it demands exceptional self-discipline, robust networking, and mental fortitude for uncertainty. Now, the Retainer. In feudal Japan, a retainer was a samurai faithfully serving a lord, a daimyo. Their loyalty was absolute, skills honed for their master's vision. They operated within a defined hierarchy, contributed to collective effort, and benefited from the stability, resources, and shared identity of a clan. Their honor linked to their lords, their actions aligned with the domain's greater good. Today, the Retainer is the dedicated entrepreneur, senior executive, loyal long-term employee, or vital team member within an established organization. Their principle is committed alignment and leveraged impact. These individuals dedicate talents to advancing a larger entity's mission. They thrive within structure, valuing security, shared resources, and collaborative power. They aren't cogs, they are skilled artisans, tactical commanders, strategic advisors ensuring peak efficiency towards grand objectives. Consider David, a product development director at a multinational automotive corporation. For 15 years, he's refined and innovated within this company. Starting as a junior engineer, he climbed ranks, mastering product life cycle management. He's led critical projects, driving internal innovation, shaping the future of the company's electric vehicle line. Though not an owner, his influence is profound, expertise invaluable, career meticulously planned and rewarded. He enjoys stability, benefits, and projects of a scale impossible for a freelancer. This is the modern retainer, a strategic asset. It provides a platform for influence and leadership where collective strength amplifies individual efforts. The crucial question: how do you find your path? Serve a lord or roam free? This isn't about one being superior. Both Ronin and Retainer embody powerful principles, demanding different temperaments, risk tolerances, and life goals. The synthesis lies in profound self-awareness, an honest assessment of personality, deepest motivations, comfort with uncertainty, and definition of success. Do you crave the Ronin's absolute freedom and direct ownership, even bearing challenges alone? Or thrive collaboratively with the Retainer's structured growth, ceding some autonomy? Imagine an artisan who loves creation but detests sales. They might find immense joy as a valued retainer in a design firm, focusing on craft while others handle business. Conversely, a visionary who struggles with bureaucracy and yearns for radical ideas might flourish as a Ronin, building their own enterprise. Why it matters: misaligning your intrinsic nature with your career path is a recipe for chronic dissatisfaction and burnout. Aligning yourself leads to profound engagement and sustainable success. Regardless of Ronin or Retainer, the core samurai strategy principles must apply. This is our synthesis. The code: values, unwavering commitment to excellence, integrity, discipline, strategic foresight, courage. These are universal. A Ronin must exhibit honor, self-discipline, courage. A Retainer must demonstrate loyalty, strategic thinking, integrity. The path chosen is merely the stage. Adherence to principle defines the warrior. Employment status doesn't dictate commitment to personal mastery or ethical conduct. A samurai is a samurai, serving a master or walking solitary. Navigating this choice comes with pitfalls. Let's discuss common mistakes that can derail careers. First, aspiring Ronin often underestimate independence's true cost. Many are seduced by freedom, overlooking the relentless hustle for marketing, sales, accounting, and client management tasks entire departments handle corporately. This leads to instability, stress, and often premature retreat to employment, disillusioned. The Ronin path demands mastery not just of your craft, but of the business of being you. Second, a frequent misstep for retainers is failing to embrace autonomy within structure. They fall into passive compliance, awaiting instructions, rather than acting as entrepreneurs, strategic problem solvers, taking initiative and championing innovation from within. A true retainer isn't a drone, they are a vital organ, constantly seeking improvement. Failing to cultivate this proactive, independent thinking limits impact, stifles growth, and reduces them to a mere cog. A third pervasive error is choosing Ronin or retainer based on external pressures, not internal alignment. Family or societal expectations might push towards corporate stability, despite entrepreneurial craving. Others freelance to escape a bad boss, lacking the discipline and vision for independence. Choices rooted in external validation or avoidance rarely bring lasting satisfaction. Authenticity in this decision is paramount. Finally, a grave mistake, regardless of path, is neglecting the underlying code. Samurai principles: honor, integrity, discipline, strategic thinking are not optional. They are the bedrock of sustainable success. A Ronin compromising integrity loses reputation. A retainer lacking discipline or strategic foresight sees value diminish. The path is context, the character with which you walk it is everything. To internalize these lessons, here are mental exercises. Take time, perhaps journaling responses. First, perform a personal archetype audit. On a scale of 1 to 10, how strongly do you resonate with Ronin traits: independence, risk-taking, direct ownership versus retainer traits: collaboration, stability, structured growth, collective mission? Be honest. Where do you currently fall, and where do you truly aspire? What aspects genuinely excite or deter you? This fosters understanding of the 7-day Ronin roadmap. Welcome back to the Samurai Strategy. We've explored Bushido's timeless principles: courage, integrity, and self-mastery, recognizing them as actionable virtues for modern living. But how do we bridge philosophy with tangible, immediate change? How do we truly embody these principles right here, right now? This chapter isn't just theory, it's an invitation to direct action, a challenge to embark on personal transformation with deliberate intent. Imagine standing at the precipice of a new beginning. Not with a katana in hand, but with sharpened awareness and an unwavering commitment to personal growth. This is the 7-day Ronin roadmap, an intensive, week-long immersion designed to awaken the dormant samurai within you. Each day cultivates a specific Bushido virtue, pushing you beyond your comfort zone into profound self-discovery. This isn't about unattainable perfection, it's about dedicated presence, persistent effort, and the relentless pursuit of your highest self. Prepare to engage, to reflect, and to genuinely transform your inner landscape. Day 1, The Silence, 24 hours of limited speech to cultivate GI. Conceptual explanation. Day 1, The Silence, is for GI, rectitude. In our noisy world, we often speak impulsively, reacting without pause. The challenge: 24 hours of limited speech, a conscious reduction in non-essential verbal communication. Speak only when absolutely necessary for work, safety, or critical clarification. Avoid small talk, gossip, and filling silences. The goal is deeper self-awareness, intense listening, and observing thoughts internally, finding clarity in noise's absence. Real-world practical example: start by observing quiet. Respond to a colleague's weekend query with a brief, "It was good, thanks." In meetings, contribute concisely, then return to listening. If drawn into casual conversation, politely disengage or simply listen. At home, listen intently to family, or engage in quiet, shared activities. You are being deliberate, practicing thoughtful presence. Inform close contacts of your personal reflection to avoid misunderstandings. Why it matters: deep dive. Silence amplifies your inner voice. Limiting external speech creates introspection, revealing urges to speak. This awareness is crucial for true GI, acting with integrity, not just reacting. It ensures your words are deliberate, truthful, and value-aligned. Active listening develops greater understanding, sharpens perception, and strengthens mental fortitude. A quiet mind, for the Ronin, meant discerning truth amidst chaos. This day builds internal mastery. Day 2, the service, one act of anonymous kindness for Jin. Conceptual explanation: Day 2 focuses on Jin, compassion. Samurai Jin meant benevolent action and concern for humanity. The service translates this: perform one act of anonymous kindness. Anonymity is crucial: no recognition, no praise. It's purely about giving, contributing positively to another's life, driven solely by generosity. The challenge is selfless giving, where ego plays no part, allowing intrinsic reward to be your guide. Real-world practical example: your act can be small or large. Discreetly take a neighbor's overflowing trash can to the curb. Pay for the coffee of the person behind you, leaving before they realize. Pick up litter when no one is watching. Leave an encouraging, unsigned note for a stressed colleague. Organize a communal space. The recipient shouldn't know it was you. Pure intention, making a positive difference without expectation, is the essence. Why it matters: deep dive. Anonymous kindness cultivates Jin by shifting focus outwards. It breaks self-preoccupation, revealing our interconnectedness. Acting without external validation strengthens your internal moral compass. You find profound satisfaction in contributing to others' well-being, for the act's inherent good. This builds empathy and expands compassion, essential for any true leader. Samurai understood strength involved influence for the good of all. Jin was a just society's foundation, tempering power with humanity. This exercise trains your spirit beyond personal gain. Day 3, the purge, cleaning physical and digital spaces for Zanshin. Conceptual explanation. Day 3 introduces Zanshin, remaining mind or sustained awareness. In daily life, this means mental clarity and focus. The purge challenges you to clean your physical and digital spaces. This isn't just tidying, it's systematic decluttering, removing anything that creates mental noise, distraction, or represents unfinished business. It's about creating an environment that supports clarity, intentionality, and an uncluttered mind. Eliminate static, visible, and invisible, that drains energy. Real-world practical example. Start with your physical workspace. Clear your desk of unnecessary papers, organize files, and ensure everything has a place. Extend this to your digital world. Delete unused apps, unsubscribe from excessive emails, organize your desktop, and streamline social media. Consider living spaces. A cluttered countertop or messy closet subtly saps mental energy. The purge creates an environment where everything has purpose or is removed, freeing your mind to focus on what truly matters. Why it matters. Deep dive. Zanshin is cultivated through an environment fostering focus. A cluttered physical space often mirrors a cluttered mind, full of distractions. By purging these external chaotic elements, you create internal order. This exercise improves concentration, reduces decision fatigue, and frees mental bandwidth previously consumed by subtle stressors. When your environment is clean, your mind feels clearer, more present, and better equipped. Samurai maintained a meticulously ordered kit. Equally, their internal and external world needed to be free of impediments to optimal presence. Day 4. The fear. Doing one thing that scares you for you. Conceptual explanation. Day 4 is dedicated to you. Courage. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It's about facing your anxieties head-on, not with recklessness, but with a deliberate, calculated step into the unknown. The fear challenges you to do one thing that genuinely scares you. This isn't about endangering yourself, but about confronting a personal fear that inhibits your growth or well-being. It could be social, professional, or personal. The act itself is less important than the intentionality behind it. Real-world practical example. Your fear could be public speaking. Commit to asking a question or making a comment in a large meeting. Perhaps you fear confrontation. Have that difficult but necessary conversation you've been avoiding. If heights make you nervous, climb to the highest point of a local landmark. For some, it might be the fear of solitude. Spend an hour alone in nature without distractions. Choose an action that pushes you just beyond your comfort zone, causing a genuine internal tremor, and then exec. Sheathing the sword. And so, we arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection in our journey through the samurai strategy. Imagine a seasoned warrior, not on the battlefield, but in quiet aftermath. The sword, once an extension of will, is now sheathed. Yet, the lessons forged in its use, the principles honed in its discipline, remain. This chapter, Sheathing the Sword, is your moment to consolidate, to internalize the profound wisdom of Bushido and its timeless application to your modern life. We distill the essence of transformation. Throughout our exploration, we have journeyed through the 7 virtues of Bushido, each a shining facet of human excellence. Let us briefly revisit them, seeing their historical roots blossom into contemporary relevance. First, Giri, or integrity and justice. This virtue demands doing what is right, universally and morally, beyond personal gain. Think of a business leader taking full, transparent responsibility for a company oversight, even when costly. Why it matters? Integrity forms the bedrock of trust with others and yourself, cultivating an environment where fairness thrives, ensuring lasting respect. Next, courage. This isn't fear's absence, but unwavering resolve to act despite it. Consider the individual who, seeing injustice, speaks up respectfully but firmly, risking discomfort for a greater good. Why it matters? Courage is the engine of progress, allowing us to step beyond comfort zones, to innovate, protect the vulnerable, and embody our values. Then, Jin, benevolence and compassion. It is deep empathy and kindness extended to others, understanding their struggles. Picture a mentor patiently guiding a junior colleague, sharing knowledge and offering genuine support. Why it matters? Benevolence binds communities and teams, fostering collaboration, building resilient relationships, and creating a supportive network where everyone feels valued. Fourth, REI, respect. More than politeness, it is acknowledgement of inherent worth in every individual, showing honor in every interaction. Imagine engaging in passionate debate, yet truly listening to opposing viewpoints before responding. Why it matters? Respect opens communication, diffuses tension, promotes productive dialogue, ensuring diverse perspectives are heard. Makoto, honesty and sincerity. This is truthfulness in word and deed, acting with genuine intent. A powerful example is admitting a personal limitation or mistake transparently, fostering psychological safety. Why it matters? Sincerity is the foundation of authenticity, building profound trust and credibility for genuine connections and stronger, more reliable bonds. Mio, honor. This virtue speaks to unyielding commitment to moral dignity and personal reputation. Consider someone who upholds ethical standards even when unseen, refusing a shortcut that compromises quality or principle. Why it matters? Honor defines self-worth and integrity, establishing your character and setting a high benchmark for your conduct, inspiring others. Finally, Chuji, loyalty. This is devotion to one's duties, commitments, and relationships. Think of a team member who stands by colleagues during a difficult project, offering steadfast support towards a shared goal. Why it matters? Loyalty fortifies bonds and ensures collective resilience, creating unbreakable teams and fostering belonging. Now, with these virtues firmly in mind, let us reiterate a crucial truth: the samurai strategy is not a destination you arrive at, but a path you walk, continuously. It is an ongoing discipline, much like a master craftsman refining skill daily. There is no final mastery, only deeper understanding. Each day presents new opportunities to embody these principles. As you walk this path, do so with your head held high. This is not arrogance, but quiet confidence rooted in self-awareness and principled action. It's the calm resolve of someone who knows their values and lives by them, irrespective of external pressures. When you face challenges with integrity, courage, and compassion, you project an inner strength that commands. Join the clan. Our journey through the samurai strategy culminates. You've absorbed ancient wisdom, sharpened your strategic mind. True mastery, like the warrior's path, is never walked alone. It thrives on community, practice, and shared purpose. Now, join the clan, forge deeper connections, and carry these powerful teachings forward. First, keep these principles ever present. Visit my website for a complimentary, printable Bushido Code wallet card. It's a constant anchor for daily decisions. Feel its presence, recall integrity, respect. This reminder guides choices. It matters. Consistent exposure solidifies learning, making the samurai strategy a living part of your existence. Next, if this strategy sharpened your mind, I humbly ask for your review. Your words are beacons for others seeking enlightenment. Think of it as leaving a helpful cairn on a challenging trail, guiding fellow travelers. Sharing your experience empowers someone to discover insights and clarity. Your voice builds community, extending the samurai strategy's reach, ensuring its wisdom serves many. For advanced strategy, consider The Daimyo's Dilemma, the next audiobook in our series. It deepens leadership tactics and succession planning, offering advanced insights for complex challenges. This progression ensures your growth continues, sharpening your mental edge. Your journey evolves, demanding further dedication. This is only the beginning of your personal mastery. Carry the Bushido spirit forward, always. Sound effect: the sword sliding smoothly back into the scabbard. Silence. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.